71st session of the Senate of the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We'd like to recognize a distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, to lead the chamber in prayer.
Today, as we gather here in this esteemed chamber, I invite you to bow your heads and join me in a moment of prayer. Almighty Creator, that's mine, sorry. Almighty Creator, we come before you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we engage in the important work of serving our nation. Let it be your will that we may be witnesses of your divine plan as we all work hand in hand for peace, unity, and progress of our country. May we be granted the clarity of thought and the eager heart to meet our duty for your glory. Allow your grace to come upon us and take hold of us so that we may serve the Filipino people according to your will. Bless the corners of this session hall, and we pray that it may be filled with your spirit. May we always be mindful of the responsibility entrusted to us by the Filipino people and remain faithful to the ideals of justice, equality, and integrity. We humbly acknowledge our sins and implore your mercy and forgiveness. We lift up to you the Philippine Senate, the senators, the officials, the staff, the secretariat, and all those who work here. We pray for your divine hand to always be upon us, guiding our every thought and enlightening our every action. Thank you for this opportunity that we can gather to fulfill our duty as legislators of the Philippines. May you give us guidance to carry wisdom, strength, and dedication to succeed in the things we will discuss today and in the times to come. Make us worthy of your trust and the mission you have bestowed upon us. May integrity and uprightness govern all we endeavor, so that all we do will prosper our country and our people. We offer this prayer seeking your blessings upon this gathering and upon our beloved nation. Pagpalain niyo po ang aming mahal na bansang Pilipinas at ang buong sambayan ng Pilipino. This we ask in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares presence of a quorum. Distinguished Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 70th Session, Tuesday, May 16, 2023, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, please allow me to acknowledge and welcome guests from the gallery today. We have from DBM, Yusek Leo Angelo Larcia and Yusek Joselito Basilio. Mayor Ian Mendez of San Miguel, Bohol, guest of Senator Alan Cayetano. Guest of this representation, Mr. President, pastors and leaders of the Body of Christ from JIL Church, Pastora Daisy Quilates, Pastora Gladys Galang, Pastora Christy Calixtro, Sangguniang Bayan, member Cheryl Labuanan of Gamu Isabela, Rinel Abalos, and Michelle Daloran. Guest of Senator Angara, Mayor Nilo Villanueva of Mabini, Batangas. Guest of this representation, members of the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines. They are all here today. They actually need help, Mr. President, with their sector. And I know that the senators are very accommodating to hear their side. Mr. President, guest of Senator Revilla, Mr. Cedric Lee of Philippine Asia Group, Mr. Rico Gonzalez, Mr. Kainan Lee, and Ferdinand Guerrero. We welcome our guests from the gallery, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Philippine Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There be no objection. Secretary, please proceed with the reference of business.
Message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House informing the Senate that on 15 May 2023 passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 7909, extending the coverage and period of availment of the estate tax amnesty, amending RA 11213.
So it is just now on first reading. So as the House said to pass it expeditiously, it was only delivered to us yesterday, and we're having it on first reading today.
Yes.
Okay, just for the record. To the Committee on Ways and Means.
7718, redefining the crime of illegal recruitment committed by a syndicate, amending PD 442 as amended, and RA 8042 as amended.
Before we continue, may we ask the session in the back to keep silent, please? Thank you. Yeah, to the Committee on Migrant Workers.
7721, mandating the TESDA to design and implement technical, vocational education and training livelihood programs, specifically for rehabilitated drug dependents and appropriating funds therefore.
Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
7744.
Session suspended for 1 minute. before we proceed with the reference of business, Secretary, we had to suspend session because of a bit of unruly and noisy behavior in the back of the session floor. Of course, we have to remind ourselves that we are nationally elected leaders. We are senators of the Republic, and therefore we should always follow proper decorum. And proper decorum is basically having or listening to the proceedings at large. Try to keep try to keep our voices down to a minimum. One of our colleagues stood up and got a bit upset, and she's one of the most senior members of this chamber. And basically, I agree with her by saying that in all the years that she has been a senator, proper decorum has always been followed in this Senate chamber. And as a matter of fact, under Rule 3 of our rules, or subparagraph E, the Senate President would have general control over the session hall and antechambers, corridors, and offices of the Senate, and to maintain order in the session hall, antechambers, corridors, and the offices of the Senate, whenever there's disorder, to take appropriate measures to quell it. Therefore, I'd like to remind our Sergeant at Arms, General Angkan, that when there is an unruly or noisy behavior in any part of this chamber, that our OSA will quickly step in and remind our guests and the staff to please remain silent while session is ongoing. Of course, when session is suspended, that is a different story, but we still have to have order in the session floor. Thank you, our distinguished colleague, Senator Legarda, for reminding us of our duties as nationally elected leaders and to be an example to all elected leaders of the country. So with that, please proceed, Secretary.
House number 7744, Anak Enhancing the Continuing Professional Development of Filipino Professionals as an Integral Component of Career Progression and Specialization Programs and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose RA 10912.
To the Committees of Civil Service and Finance.
7763, declaring August 9 of every year as the Philippines-Israel Friendship Day.
The Committee on Culture and Arts and Foreign Relations.
7755, establishing Antipolo Rizal at TESDA Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Antipolo City Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
Committee on Higher Vocational Education, Finance.
7756, establishing in Ligao Albay a TESDA Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
7752, creating the Metropolitan Bataan Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing funds therefore.
The Committees on Local Government, Government Corporations and Finance.
7764, establishing a special defense economic zone inside the Government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan, creating for the purpose the special defense economic zone and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Economic Affairs, National Defense, Ways and Means of Finance.
Committee reports, Committee Report 65, submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House number 7185, introduced by Representative Alonte, Anak granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Yannerman, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1500 and 1509, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the Committee Calendar for Ordinary Business, right?
Committee Report 66, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education, Health and Demography and Finance on Senate number 2200 with Senators Gatchalian, Lapid, Go, Binay, Revilla Jr., and Villanueva as authors. Anak promoting mental health and well-being in basic education by institutionalizing a school-based mental health program, establishing care centers, prescribing the creation of new plantilla positions of mental health specialists and mental health associates in the DepEd and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 379 and 1795, taking into consideration House number 6574, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
Calendar for Ordinary Business.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate number 2186, providing fresh graduates of Philippine tertiary education, universities, college, and training institutions of a one-time cash grant of 5,000 pesos, which they can utilize for job application, initial employment, and settling in. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Youth, Higher Technical Vocational Education, Finance.
2187, providing for free hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and other Department of Health approved dialysis procedures to all senior citizens. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Social Justice and Finance.
2188, declaring a parcel of land in the municipalities of President Manuel A. Rojas, Katipunan, and Siyaan in Zamboanga del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the NIPAS to be referred to as the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2189, declaring a parcel of land located in Sultan Naga Dimaporo, province of Lanao del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape and seascape under the NIPAS to be referred to as the Sultan Naga Dimaporo Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2190, declaring the Olutanga Island Protected Landscape and Seascape located in Zamboanga, Sibugay as a protected area, providing for its management and for other purposes, Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2191, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, defining its powers and functions, creating regional geriatric specialty centers in DOH-retained hospitals, and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
The Committee on Health and Demography, Ways and Means of Finance.
2192, providing for a Magna Carta of commuters, Senator Villar C.
Committee on Public Services and Finance.
2193, reducing the recoverable system loss rate and for other purposes, Senator Lapid.
Committee on Energy and Public Services.
2194, creating the National Museum of Filipino Women and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Lapid.
Committees on Women and Children, Culture and Arts, and Finance.
2195, strengthening the mandate of the NTRCB, amending PD 1986 and for other purposes, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Public Information and Mass Media.
2196, converting the Tawi-Tawi Regional Agricultural College in Bongao, Tawi-Tawi into a state college to be known as the Tawi-Tawi State College of Agriculture, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Marcos.
Committees on Higher and Technical Vocational Education, Ways and Means of Finance.
2197, amending RA 11213 as amended by RA 11569 and further extending the period of availment of estate tax amnesty, Senator Gatchalian.
Committee on Ways and Means.
2198, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP, PNP, BJMP, and the Philippine Coast Guard on any charge before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent body arising from an incident or incidents related to the performance of official duties, Senator Marcos.
Further, Committees on National Defense, Public Order, and Finance.
2199, mandating law enforcement officers to use body-worn cameras during law enforcement and special police operations, providing funds and for other purposes, Senator Tulfo.
Committee on Public Order, Dangerous Drugs, and Finance.
2201, prescribing the use of neo-ethnic Philippine textiles in the academic regalia of all state and local universities and colleges, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Binay.
Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Science and Technology, and Finance.
2202, declaring a parcel of land in Maria Aurora in San Luis in the province of Aurora in the municipality of Bongabon, province of Nueva Ecija, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the NIPAS to be referred to as the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
The Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2203, establishing Mount Sotut, located in Mayantok and San Jose, Tarlac, as a protected area under the category of protected landscape pursuant to RA 7586 as amended by RA 11038 and for other purposes, Senator Villar C.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Ways and Means of Finance.
2204, declaring a parcel of land in Polangi and Owas and cities of Ligao and Tabaco in Albay, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the NIPAS to be referred to as the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2205, amending certain provisions of RA 10845 and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
Committee on Agriculture, Food and Land Reform, Justice and Human Rights.
Resolution, Senate Joint Resolution Number 2, Joint Resolution increasing the subsistence allowance of all officers and enlisted personnel of the AFP and of all commissioned and non-commissioned personnel of the PNP from 150 pesos to 250 pesos, Senator Tulfo.
Committee on National Defense, Security and Peace Unification, and Finance.
Proposed Senate
Including Public Order, Dangerous Drugs, and Finance.
Proposed Senate Resolution 615, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of revered statesman from Nueva Vizcaya, Governor Carlos Padilla. Senators Lapid and Escudero.
Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 66 on Senate Bill number 2200. This is the bill on Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-being Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2200 under Committee Report number 66.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act promoting mental health and well-being in basic education by institutionalizing a school-based mental health program, establishing care centers, prescribing the creation of new plantilla positions of mental health specialists and mental health associates in the Department of Education, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela is recognized, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant afternoon to you all. It is an honor to stand before you today and introduce a landmark legislation that aims to confront a crucial concern in our basic education sector, the mental health problems plaguing our children and youth. As I speak at this very moment, there are children and adolescents who are struggling with mental health. They wake up every morning finding it hard to get out of bed, battling anxiety and depression, feeling lost and alone. This reality poses a grave threat to their well-being, academic success, and future. Sa kasamaang palad, marami pa rin sa atin ang hindi lubos na nakakaunawa sa usaping ito. Marami pa rin sa atin ang inaakalang simpleng tulog at pahinga lamang ang solusyon upang matugunan ito. At ang pinakamalala sa lahat, marami pa rin sa atin ang apektado ng suliraning ito. Ngunit bigong makahingi ng angkop at profesional na tulong. Ika nga nila, ang mental health crisis ay isang silent killer. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has further exacerbated the mental health challenges faced by our youth. The pandemic has brought about unprecedented levels of stress, uncertainty, anxiety, and fear, and the restrictions imposed to curb the spread of the virus have made things even worse. With the closure of schools and the shift to online learning, learners have been isolated from their classmates, playmates, friends, teachers, and mentors, leading to a sense of loneliness and detachment. As a result, the mental health and emotional well-being of our youth have significantly been compromised. In fact, in school year 2021 to 2022, the number of learners who were reported to have committed suicide and attempted suicide is staggering. As schools nationwide opened after 375 days or 1.8 years of school closures, which is the longest in the world, figures from the Department of Education revealed that 2,147 learners attempted to commit suicide, while 404 learners took their own lives. Mr. President, every life is precious, and one life lost is one too many. It is heartbreaking to know that in a single school year, over 400 learners ended their lives. Each one of them had his or her own aspirations and the potential to succeed in life. They could have landed their dream jobs, made groundbreaking discoveries, or could have become global advocates for mental health awareness. In recent years, we have also witnessed disturbing incidences that demonstrate the impact of mental health problems on the Filipino youth. In October 2020, a 16-year-old grade 11 student from the town of Tupi, South Cotabato, committed suicide due to the pressure and difficulty of learning school modules. Prior to the incident, the learner reportedly complained to his mother that he could not answer the task in the learning modules, especially in mathematics. In January of this year, we also heard the news of a 13-year-old student who tragically lost his life after being stabbed by his 15-year-old classmate. It is heartbreaking to learn that the suspect claimed the victim had been bullying other students. Mr. President, these events serve as a stark reminder of the pressing need to prioritize mental health in our schools. Mental health issues can have a significant impact on the development of our learners, leading to poor academic performance, concentration difficulty, poor social relationships, and in extreme cases, suicidal tendencies. This is also the reason why the World Health Organization recognizes the critical role of schools as primary mental health support system for students by enabling the planning and implementation of a broad spectrum of mental health actions that encompass promotion, prevention, intervention, and rehabilitation. It is essential to note that Republic Act number 11036, also known as the Mental Health Act, clearly defines the role of the Department of Education in the execution and implementation of mental health promotion in educational institutions. Apparently, the DepEd revised the School Safety Assessment Tool, or SSAT, to mobilize and prepare the schools for the safe, effective, and efficient conduct of the progressive expansion of face-to-face learning. One of the main areas of SSAT is the well-being and protection, where schools are mandated to maintain the provision of basic mental health services and psychosocial support to ensure the well-being and protection of our learners. Furthermore, the DepEd has recognized the importance of guidance counselors in schools. According to Department Order number 77, series of 2010, based on DepEd DBM organization and staffing standards, there should be one guidance counselor for every 500 learners at the secondary level. However, with 23.98 million basic education learners for school year 2022 to 2023, the country is facing a significant shortage. As of February 2023, there are only 1,180 guidance counselors in DepEd. This means that for learners in junior high school and senior high school, on average, DepEd has one guidance counselor for every 8,431 learners. If we include elementary learners, this ratio to one guidance counselor available for every 20,319 learners on average. The shortage of guidance counselor is not the only challenge faced by the DepEd. The education sector also struggles to attract highly qualified guidance counselors due to low compensation. In purchasing power parity terms, or PPP, the starting salary of guidance counselors in the Philippines is one of the lowest. For comparison, guidance counselors in the USA may earn an estimated monthly salary of 78,807 Philippine pesos, which is more than double once we compare it to the 27,000 monthly salary earned by each of our own guidance counselors. This reality is unacceptable. Mr. President, our guidance counselors deserve better. Our Filipino learners deserve better. Our Filipino learners deserve to have access to proper mental health care, support, and guidance. They deserve a safe and nurturing learning environment that promotes their mental health and well-being. Given this context, it is my privilege and honor to sponsor Senate Bill number 2200, otherwise known as the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-Being Promotions Act. This proposed measure institutionalizes the school-based mental health program to promote and ensure the mental health and well-being of all learners in public and private basic education schools across the country. The program will define the role of every stakeholder in the school community and appropriately respond to mental health concerns through prevention, intervention, postvention, and recovery. It will be developed in consultation with learners, their parents, and parent substitutes, and implemented by the DepEd. The program will provide essential school-based mental health services, including screening, evaluation, assessment, and monitoring, mental health, first aid, crisis response, and referral system, mental health awareness, and literacy, emotional development, and preventive programs, and other support services such as strengthening the learners' family bonds. Moreover, the DepEd will implement complementary measures that enable other associated healthy behaviors among learners and eliminate the stigma of mental health counseling. It will also provide mental health awareness programs and literacy and appropriate mental health related referrals to teaching and non-teaching personnel. The cornerstone of this legislation is the establishment of a care center in every public basic education school in the country, and ensuring their establishment and maintenance in private schools. The center will be equipped with functional physical facilities located within an adequate space where confidentiality is maintained and accessible to learners, teachers, and non-teaching personnel. Specifically, the center will serve as an instrument to deliver school-based mental health services, including the development of a localized multi-year roadmap on the school-based mental health program, improvement of the mental health awareness and literacy of the teaching and non-teaching personnel, and establishment of linkages with the school community, including parents, parent substitutes, LGU, and other stakeholders. Moreover, the establishment of the care center will also be a key to equip the learners with skills and information for prevention, identification, and proper response, and referral for their own and others' mental health needs. This landmark legislation will also pave the way to hire and capacitate competent personnel whose duties and responsibilities shall be geared towards promoting and ensuring the mental health and well-being of all learners and promote their professional growth and career progression by prescribing the creation of new plantilla positions of mental health specialists and mental health associates in the DepEd. The new plantilla positions of the mental health specialists 1 to 5 and mental health associates 1 to 5 will be created in the DepEd. All existing plantilla positions of guidance counselors and psychologists in the DepEd shall be converted to mental health specialist plantilla positions, and their corresponding salary grades will be adjusted in accordance with the salary schedule prescribed in this Act. Specifically, the compensation of the existing plantilla positions of guidance counselors 1 to 3 and psychologists 1 to 3 will be adjusted to salary grades 16, 18, and 20 as their positions are converted to mental health specialists 1 to 3. To ensure their career progression, they can be promoted to mental health specialists 4 and 5 with salary grades 22 and 24 respectively. The creation of these new plantilla positions will address the current shortage of guidance counselors in our basic education institutions. By creating more positions, we can guarantee that our learners will have access to mental health services they need. Mr. President, as policy makers of our nation, we cannot afford to turn a blind eye on this issue any longer. It affects the progress and well-being of our learners and even our society. Sa pagpasa ng batas na ito, mas lalo nating binibigyan diin ang pagkilala sa ating mga paaralan bilang pangalawang tahanan ng mga mag-aaral, hindi lamang sa paglinang ng kanilang mga kaalaman at kahusayan, kundi maging sa pangangalaga sa kalusugan ng pag-iisip. To the youth who are suffering silently and bearing the weight of their mental health struggles, please know that you are not alone. You are not weak for struggling with mental health issues. You are brave and strong for facing these challenges head on. You are worthy of love and support no matter what. I want to remind you that even K-pop artists who are often idolized as flawless and perfect individuals are not immune to mental health struggles. One heartbreaking example is Jung Yoon, a member of the group Shin Yi, who tragically took his own life in 2017. Prior to his passing, he had bravely spoken about his battle with depression. In a note made public a day after his death, the 27-year-old expressed feeling deeply broken from inside. In 2019, Suli, a former member of K-pop FX, also ended her life. She was known for her outspokenness regarding mental health issues, cyberbullying, and women's rights. Unfortunately, her advocacy subjected her to intense scrutiny and online backlash. These incidents tell us one thing. It is crucial to acknowledge that mental health issues can affect anyone, regardless of their profession or fame. Both Jung Yoon and Suli gave representation to those who suffer from mental health issues. Their narratives highlight the importance of addressing mental health issues in the entertainment industry and beyond. Mr. President, by passing and implementing this proposed measure, we can increase awareness among young people that seeking help from mental health specialists and associates is always an available option within their learning community. This can encourage more youth to seek support and guidance whenever they need it in promoting their overall well-being. In closing, I express my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed colleagues who co-authored this bill. Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Bongo, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Bong Revilla. I also extend my gratitude to the numerous stakeholders who participated rigorously in this bill's legislative process. Their unwavering support, invaluable input, and active participation in the public hearings and 8 technical working group sessions have been the driving force behind the crafting of this substitute bill. Their invaluable support and contributions have been instrumental in making this bill a reality. Mr. President, esteemed college, we cannot continue to allow our learners to suffer in silence. It is up to us to create a world where mental health is valued, where those who are struggling are not judged or dismissed, but embraced with understanding and care. We owe it to our children, provide them with an education that is not only academically driven, but also mentally and emotionally enriching. Only then we can truly say that we are providing our learners with quality education. Thank you very much, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Ligarda would like to insert for the record her co-sponsorship speech.
We take note of that manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I also be recognized to deliver a very short co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President?
Please proceed. Majority.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know very well how important and passionate this representation is when it comes to mental health. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, it is a great honor, my honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2200 under Committee Report number 66, institutionalizing the school-based mental health program to promote and ensure the mental health and emotional well-being of all learners in public and private basic education schools. Again, for the record, we would like to thank and in full gratitude commend our sponsor, our seatmate, our brother, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for his hard work on this very important piece of legislation. Mr. President, during the committee hearing on this measure, it was revealed that 404 students in various parts of the country committed suicide, and 2,147 others attempted to take their own lives during the school year 2021 to 2022, as most schools were still closed due to the pandemic. Ginoong Pangulo, napakasakit pong pakinggan at marinig ang mga datos na ibinigay po sa atin. 5 years ago, Mr. President, we passed the Mental Health Act with the hope that we will finally address the concerns of our fellow Filipinos who are in dire need of accessible mental health care. As one of the authors of the landmark law, we pushed for the inclusion of mechanisms for suicide prevention, among others with attention to the concerns of the youth, considering that the youth is among the age group that is particularly vulnerable to extreme emotions, attitudes, and behaviors. This is reflected in the 2021 Young Adult Fertility and Sexuality Study led by University of the Philippines Population Institute, which found that close to 1 in 5 Filipino youth aged 15 to 24 has considered ending their life. Kaya naman po, Ginoong Pangulo, kasabay ng panawagan para sa full implementation ng Mental Health Act ay ang pagbibigay po natin ng buong suporta sa pagsasabatas ng Basic Education, Mental Health, and Wellbeing Promotion Act. The school-based mental health program that will be institutionalized under this measure will help promote mental health awareness and manage the mental health concerns of all learners, including the prevention of suicide in schools. School-based mental health services, including screening, evaluation, assessment, and monitoring. Mental health first aid, crisis response and referral system, emotional, developmental, and preventive programs and other support services will also be provided to our learners. Mr. President, it is our fervent hope that with the passage of this particular measure, the youth will finally have enough support system that will help foster their mental, emotional, and overall health and well-being. We also hope and pray that stigma and discrimination surrounding mental health will finally be removed with these policies and programs to be in place. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat sa ating sponsor at mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader.
This juncture, Mr. President, I move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to deliver her co-sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to express my gratitude to Senator Sherwin Gatchalian and our other colleagues, including the Majority Leader, for putting forward the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Wellbeing Promotion Act, or Senate Bill 2200, for consideration. I fully support the proposal and believe that it will greatly enhance the mental health programs in schools, as well as further strengthen our existing Mental Health Act, or RA 11036. I believe that the proposal will effectively provide the much-needed support for mental health services by developing a localized multi-year roadmap on the school-based mental health program, by establishing care centers, and by creating plantilla positions for mental health specialists and psychologists. Together with the sponsor and our other colleagues, I am committed to working toward the progressive realization of the promotion and maintenance of mental health and wellness in basic education. That being the case, I would be grateful to be made co-author and co-sponsor of the bill. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the province of Davao and Batangas, no other than Senator Christopher Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Chairman of the Committee on Health and Demography and co-author of this measure, it is my honor to co-sponsor and the proposed Basic Education, Mental Health and Wellbeing Promotion Act. As we strive for progress and development, we must recognize the importance of prioritizing mental health in the lives of our young learners. Basic education forms the foundation upon which the future of our nation is built. It equips the youth with knowledge, skills, and values, empowering them to become responsible citizens and contributors to society. However, the well-being of our students should not be overlooked in this pursuit of academic excellence. Hindi po dapat pabayaan ang mental health, lalo na po yung mga kabataan. We must acknowledge the inseparable connection between education and mental health, as a child cannot thrive academically in their mental well-being is compromised. Even before the pandemic, former President Rodrigo Duterte and I have always supported measures promoting the mental health of our Filipino people. In fact, in 2018, he signed the Philippine Mental Health Bill into law to ensure that mental health care services are more accessible to everyone. But as discussed with the Department of Health, much has to be done to fulfill the goals of the law. In the Philippines alone, we face various challenges when it comes to mental health in the education system. According to a World Health Organization study in 2007, 16% of Filipino children had mental disorders, and this figure could be more in the present. In the Committee on Health hearing last week, I raised that according to the DepEd, a total of 404 learners from public schools committed suicide in 2021 and 2,147 learners attempted suicide. We cannot deny the fact that many of our youth have suffered from depression and experienced mental challenges during the pandemic. Mr. President, mental health is important, and the pressing issues concerning it is alarming. Even during the first few months of the pandemic, marami pong mga kababayan natin ang nakaka-experience ng depression, marami pong nagpapakamatay sa mga quarantine facilities. Not only students, mga OFWs talaga nakaka-experience ng depression. Marami pong apektado sa panahon ng pandemya. Alam mo, napakahirap talaga itong problema ng pandemya. Apektado talaga ang ating mental health. As policymakers, it is our collective duty to recognize these challenges and take proactive measures to promote mental health within the education system. As we have now brought back face-to-face learning, the school serves as the second home of our youth, having a safe space where they could get proper guidance and counseling would be an effective approach to reach out to them and alleviate the challenges they are personally dealing with. If this bill is passed into law, a care center in basic education schools will be established. This will not only benefit the students but also the teaching and non-teaching personnel. Magiging bukas po ito para sa lahat ng mga nangangailangan. May mga kailangan po. In fact, Mr. President, I also filed Senate Bill number 1786, which mandates public higher education institutions to establish mental health offices dahil importante po na magkaroon tayo ng available mental health services, available mental health care services as basic education at higher education. As chairman of the Committee on Health, I believe that physical, emotional, and mental health are all equally important, and I will continue to support measures that would protect and promote the different aspects of health as a whole. I thank and congratulate the chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, Senator Win Gatchalian, for prioritizing this very, very important measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, Senator Bong Revilla Jr. would like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech.
And also, I see the hands of Senator De La Rosa being raised.
Yes,
We take note of the one of Senator.
yes,
Bong.
thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, Majority Leader, I just would like to manifest that I be made as co-author and co-sponsor of this measure, and I will just insert into the records my sponsorship speech, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, together with Senator Sani Angara and Senator Loren Ligarda, Mr. President.
And can I also be given the honor to
Yes.
co-author from the sponsor?
The sponsor is nodding his head and
Yes,
doing a
co-sponsor.
thumbs up.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2200 under Committee Report number 66. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority leader's session, the bill is suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Consideration.
President. Mr. President, I move for the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business, there being no objection, please proceed.
Second additional reference of business, bills on first reading. Senate number 2206, banning the importation of solid waste. Senator Pimentel III.
The Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Trade and Commerce, and Finance.
2207, amending Article 90 of Act number 3815 as amended. Senator Pimentel III.
The Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2208, providing for the modernization of the NAMRIA, amending certain portions of EO 192 and for other purposes. Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Natural Resources, Environment, and National Defense and Finance.
2209, mandating all restaurants, hotels, inns, fast food centers, eateries, and similar establishments to prohibit the use of drinking plastic straws and providing penalties for violations. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Environment and Finance.
2210, banning the importation of solid waste. Senator Villar C.
To To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2211, declaring the month of June of every year as the Marine Turtle Awareness Month. Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Natural Environment, Natural Resources.
Committee report 67, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography, Ways and Means and Finance, on Senate number 2212, with Senator Zubiri, Angara, Ejercito, Cayetano P, Estrada, Marcos, Go, Padilla, Gatchalian, and Escudero as authors, an act establishing specialty centers in hospitals under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 80, 93, 161, 249, 807, 1263, 1267, 1321, 1361, 1362, 1752, and 2065. Sponsor, Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 67 on Senate Bill number 2212. This is the Bill on Regional Specialty Centers Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. The Secretary, please read the title of the measure.
An act establishing specialty centers in hospitals under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Demography, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
We recognize Senator Bongo.
Mr. President, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67, establishing regional specialty centers nationwide. Mr. President, Republic Act number 11223 or the Universal Healthcare Act aims to ensure that all Filipinos are guaranteed equitable access to quality and affordable health services. The law mandates the efficient delivery of coordinated and continuous health care from primary to tertiary level with the linkages to an apex or end referral hospital or other facilities providing specialized services needed by its catchment population. While the government has consistently strived to improve medical access, Mr. President, the reality remains that access to hospitals providing specialized healthcare services is still limited. Almost all specialty hospitals are located in Metro Manila. We have here the Philippine Heart Center, Lung Center of the Philippines, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, NKTI, and the Philippine Children's Medical Center, among others. These specialty hospitals are some of the best in our country. They provide quality and affordable healthcare. Sila ang may sapat na kagamitan, karanasan, mga doctors, teknolohiya at expertise, at sila rin ang madalas puntahan ng mga medical practitioners. Kaya naman karamihan sa ating mga kababayan na may malubhang sakit mula sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa ay gustong magpagamot sa mga specialty centers sa Maynila. Marami sa kanila ang namamasahe at pumupunta pa ng Maynila. Dagdag pa sa isipin nila ang transportasyon, problema pa nila kung saan sila tutuloy habang nandirito po sa Metro Manila, at andyan din ang mataas na presyo ng bilihin kumpara sa kanilang mga probinsya. Lahat ng ito ay dagdag na pasanin ng ating mga kababayan. Bago nila maisip kung gagaling ba ang kanilang pasyente, kadalasan ay nauna pang isipin at pinoproblema ang magiging gasto sa pagpunta sa Metro Manila. Ang iba po'y ayaw na pong magpagamot dahil takot po sa babayarin sa ospital. Kaya namamatay na lang po sila at kawawa yung mga mahirap na wala pong kakayahan na magpagamot po dito sa mga specialty hospital. Mr. President, we need to make these specialized medical services available to our people in the provinces. We must unburden our people of unnecessary long travels and additional expenses just to get these services. After all, it is enshrined in our Constitution as a matter of state policy that the state shall protect and promote the right to health of the people, and that the state shall adopt an integrated and comprehensive approach to health development, which shall endeavor to make essential goods, health, and other social services available to all the people at affordable cost. As elected representatives of the Filipino people, it is our solemn duty to realize these state policies, and passing this bill will not only protect and promote such right, but make this as a living testament of the collective desire of the 19th Congress to help provide a more comfortable lives for Filipinos. Mr. President, hindi po dapat mahirapan ang ating mga kababayan na maka-access sa serbisyo ng gobyerno, lalo na pagdating sa usaping kalusugan. Tayo po ang dapat maglapit ng serbisyo ng gobyerno sa mga tao. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit ko po isinulong ang mga malasakit centers para ang gobyerno po ang lumapit sa mga tao, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap. This is in line with the pronouncement of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in his first State of the Nation address. Sabi niya, napapakinabangan natin ng husto ang malalaking specialty hospitals gaya ng Heart Center, Lung Center, Children's Hospital at National Kidney and Transplant Institute. Kaya maliwanag na hindi lamang dapat dito sa NCR, kundi maging sa ibang parte ng bansa, kailangan magdagdag ng ganitong uri ng paggamutan. The establishment of specialty centers is among the health-related legislative agenda contained in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 signed by President Marcos Jr. Sumasang-ayon po ako kay Pangulong Marcos, hindi lamang po sa Metro Manila ang may sakit sa puso o baga. Sa pag-iikot ko po sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa, napakaraming lumalapit sa akin, hindi lamang sa pagpapagamot, may iba na humihingi po ng pamasahe para lang bumiyahe sa Maynila kasi nandito po yung mga kompletong hospital na kayang gumamot sa kanila. Kailangan nating ilapit sa ating mga kababayan ang mga specialty hospital sa pagkakaroon ng mga dagdag na specialty hospital, sa pagkakaroon po ng mga dagdag na specialty hospitals maging sa labas ng Metro Manila. Hindi na mahirapan ang mga Pilipino kahit nasaan man silang sulok ng bansa dahil mapapalapit sa kanila ang specialty hospitals. This is also a way, Mr. President, to decongest our specialty hospitals in Metro Manila. For instance, the establishment of mental health centers in various DOH hospitals would help decongest the National Center for Mental Health. Napakasikip na po dyan sa Mandaluyong. During the committee hearing, Mr. President, it was unanimously recommended by the DOH and the specialty hospitals that the establishment of specialty centers in existing DOH hospitals sa mga rehiyon po, sa mga regional hospitals, is more cost-efficient, practical, and time-saving, considering that the healthcare experts in the regions and other personnel are already available and accessible in these hospitals. Further, the infrastructure and equipment would just have to be upgraded and complemented as compared to constructing totally new specialty hospitals. This direction is in line with the department order issued by the Department of Health in 2021, designating selected DOH hospitals as specialty centers. While the policy is already provided, such order serves only as a guide for the DOH and its hospitals. Legislative mandate is needed to ensure continuous funding and to guarantee that the establishment of specialty centers in DOH hospitals will be prioritized by the government. The substitute bill is a consolidation of the different proposals relating to specialty hospitals and centers. No less than Senate President Mig Subiri serves as the principal author of the bill. We also have Senator Sani Angara, Senator J.B. Ejercito, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Robin Padilla, Senator Win Gatchalian, and this representation as authors. Senator Bong Revilla also signified his interest to co-author the measure, and also Senator Bato de la Rosa. Mr. President, this proposed measure mandates the DOH to establish specialty centers in identified DOH hospitals in every region. Within 5 years, the DOH shall establish at least one specialty center in every region with particular focus on establishing heart, lung, and kidney centers, which shall replicate the capabilities of the national specialty centers in Metro Manila. The criteria for the establishment of specialty centers are also provided, such as evidence of the health needs and demands of in the catchment population, geographic and physical access to the hospital, role of the DOH hospitals as referral for healthcare provider networks, availability of competent health human resources for specialized healthcare, and operational and financial performance of the DOH hospital. The Department of Health, in coordination with the National Specialty Centers, shall ensure that the specialty centers in DOH hospitals have expert personnel and medical specialists provided with necessary training and appropriate specialist equipment. The DOH is also required to include capital outlay investments for designated specialty centers through the Health Facilities Enhancement Program and shall coordinate with the Department of Budget and Management in the development of the staffing pattern and standards for specialty centers. This is to ensure that plantilla positions shall be available for the healthcare workers serving in specialty centers. The bill also defined the roles of the specialty centers and shall authorize them to contract the services of individuals deemed as medical specialists or experts to provide specialty training and technical assistance to specialty centers. Specialty centers may also send personnel to the national specialty centers for training and capacity development. An initial budget of more than 8.6 billion has been included in the 2023 budget, and through this legislation, Mr. President, we aim to sustain its funding. Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is our hope that the establishment of specialty centers would strengthen our healthcare system and make specialized health services available and accessible to all Filipinos in line with our vision of universal healthcare. It is time that we invest in health. Kung tutuusin, pera po ito ng Pilipino, ibalik natin sa kanila sa pamamagitan ng mas madaling malalapitan at maayos na serbisyo. Ilapit natin ang serbisyo medikal sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap nating kababayan. With that, Mr. President, I request this chamber's support for the immediate passage of this measure. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, next to deliver his sponsorship speech is our Senate President, Senator Mig Zubiri. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize no less than our Senate President Mig Zubiri.
Thank you very much, my distinguished Speaker, President, as well as to my dear colleagues. I am very happy to stand here today to co-sponsor this important measure na matagal ko na pong pinapangarap na may pasa para sa ating mga kababayan. Alam po ni presiding officer po yan, Senator Gatchalian, in our campaign in the 2022 national elections, bukang bibig ko lang lahat ng speech ko po ay i-expand ang ating specialty hospitals all around the Philippines. Bilang taga Mindanao, like our minority floor leader, and like our sponsor, Senator Bongo, talagang priority ko po itong Regional Specialty Centers Act dahil alam ko pong hirap na hirap ang ating mga kababayan sa mga probinsya na makakakuha ng specialized medical care mula sa mga specialty hospitals natin gaya ng Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Heart Center, Lung Center of the Philippines o National Kidney Transplant Institute na lahat po ay dito sa Metro Manila, particularly in Quezon City. While we do have specialty centers in some of our provinces, few are equipped to offer the same level of services that our national specialty hospitals do. So kung taga-probinsya ka at kailangan mo ng high-level specialized care, dalawa lang pwede mong gawin. Lumuwas pa Maynila o magpunta sa private hospital. Either way, malaking gastos ito. Kung luluwas ka man, hindi lang transportasyon ang gastusin dyan, pati accommodations. At kadalasan, aside from the patient, mayroon din po kasamang family member or two to assist the patient, lalo na kung senior citizen or PWD o malala ang karamdaman ng pasyente. Ending po niyan, doble ang gastos ng pasyente at ng pamilya. At kung wala po kayong pamasahe para makaluwas sa Maynila, siguradong wala ka ring private hospital na pambayad. This is the reality of millions of Filipinos, Mr. President. Kaya hindi na po nakakapagtaka kung bakit marami sa mga kababayan natin ay pinipili na lang na hindi magpagamot sa kanilang mga sakit. If our people can't travel to get specialized care that they need, then we should bring these specialty centers straight to them. Yan po ang gagawin natin with this bill, which will set up specialty centers in DOH hospitals across the country. Actually, tama po si Senator Bongo. Initially, we wanted to have a standalone facility for heart, kidney, lung in many parts of the Philippines. Unfortunately, alam naman po natin, napakamahal nun dahil tatayo po tayo ng panibagong buildings, bibili pa tayo ng lupa, at pangatlo, yung nurses at mga medical experts ay kailangan mag-start from scratch. Ika nga, we start from scratch to be able to put personnel to these specialty centers. Hindi na po kakailanganin pang lumuwas ng ating mga kababayan para sa kanilang specialized health needs. Kasi dadali na natin ito sa mga regional specialty centers ng mga expert, dadagdagan po natin sila ng expert personnel, medical specialist, and specialized equipment na kadalasan ay dinadayo pa sa Manila. Sa tulong ng ating national specialty centers katulad ng Heart Center and KTI, Lung Center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Cancer Center, na magbibigay ng training at technical assistance na kailangan ng mga specialty centers na ito. Sisiguraduhin natin na dekalidad ang medical services na makukuha ng ating mga kababayan. Target natin na within 5 years of the passage of this bill, lahat ng reyon ay magkakaroon po ng at least one specialty center depende sa top burden of disease at iba pang pangangailangan ng region. That can be a brain and spine center, burn center, cancer center, cardiovascular center, dermatology center, eye center, geriatric care center, infectious disease center, lung center, as you sponsored earlier on mental health center, neonatal center, orthopedic center, at marami pa pong iba. Renal care, transplant center, toxology center, etc., etc. In this way, saan man po kayo sa Pilipinas, siguradong may access po kayo sa affordable specialty care. Dito pa lang sa Senado, marami ng iba't ibang reyon ang rine-represent po natin mga senador. From the Bicol region to Davao, from the Ilocos region to Northern Mindanao, from Central Luzon to Western Visayas. Kaya umaasa po ako na full support ang mga senador sa ating panukalang ito at magdadala ng mataas na kalidad na serbisyo medikal sa bawat Pilipino. And I thank the President in his first State of the Nation address. If you watch the speech of the President, pagbanggit niya po ng regional specialty centers, ako po isa sa mga tumayo at nagbigay ng standing ovation at buong laman po ng Batasang Pambansa ay tumayo para palakpakan ito. I think it is about time that we start servicing our people from northern Luzon all the way down to southern Mindanao on these specialty centers. So maraming salamat, Mr. President, and I'm hoping that our colleagues can pass this at the soonest possible time. Maraming salamat din po sa sponsor, Senator Bongo.
Well, I can attest that our Senate President was loud and clear during the campaign, 90-day campaign period. This is his campaign promise. For 90 days, you were elaborating, explaining your dream to put up a specialty hospital in all of our different parts of our country. And now that's not a dream anymore. It will be a reality in the next few days. Na-memorize ko na ho yung campaign promise ni Senate President. No? Lung Center, Kidney Center, Heart Center. Ngayon ho, reality na ho yan. So I congratulate our good Senate President for pushing this bill. And this will definitely benefit our kababayans in the 82 different provinces. 83 na pala with Maguindanao, different provinces. So I congratulate our good Senate President. We recognize
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me.
We
Thank you.
recognize
Yes,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President, let me just put into the records that Senator Sherwin Gatchalian and Senator Jinggoy Estrada would like to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech. I so manifest, Mr. President.
So inserted.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is no other than the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize Senator Sani Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. Dito sa ating pagtayo sa bulwagang ito, nais po nating suportahan ang panukala ni Health Chairperson, Senator Bongo, at Senate President Zubiri at ating ibang kasamahan hinggil sa pagtatayo ng mga specialty centers sa loob ng mga piling ospital ng Department of Health sa bawat rehiyon ng bansa. Ito po ay alinsunod sa ating matagal na advokasya na Alagang Angara, kung saan sinisigurado natin na umaabot sa bawat miyembro ng pamilyang Pilipino, lalo na kung sila'y nasa malalayo't mahirap puntahan na sulok ng bansa, ang mga serbisyo ng gobyerno tulad ng sa pangkalusugan. Kasama po kami sa nagsulong ng Universal Healthcare Act, Republic Act 11223, along with Senators JV, Senator Risa, Ontiveros, and other colleagues. At sinuportahan din po natin ang mga batas na humalili dito sa Universal Healthcare tulad ng Doktor para sa Bayan Act or Republic Act 11549 nila Majority Leader Villanueva at dating Senate President Soto. At bilang chairman po ng Committee on Finance ninyo ay taon-taon po nakatutok sa pambansang budget. Pinondohan po natin ang Doktor para sa Bayan Act bago pa ito naging ganap na batas. At sinisigurado din po natin, Mr. President, na may mga pondong nakalaan para matulungan ang ating mga kababayan na nangangailangan ng serbisyong pangkalusugan. Tulad ng sa 2023 budget, ang first budget po ni Senate President Zubiri ay instruction po niya na lagyan po natin ng dagdag na pondo ang mga specialty centers sa mga kanayunan sa mga probinsya. At taos-puso po tayong nagpapasalamat kay Senator Bongo, ang chairman ng ating Senate Committee on Health, Mr. Malasakit, ang Steph Curry ng Senate basketball team sa kanyang pag-sponsor nitong napakagandang batas. At pinagsama po niya ang magkakaibang nilalaman ng 11 panukala na inihain ng 9 na senador. Kasama po ang Senate Bill 93 ng inyong lingkod. At pinagbuklod po niya sa ang lahat sa isang pangitain kung saan lahat ng Pilipino ay maaaring magpatingin, magpagamot, at magpagaling tuwing sila ay may sakit. Kahit na pong malubha na po ang kanilang karamdaman, makakaasa dapat ang ating mga kababayan na meron silang mapupuntahan, espesyalista na handa bigyan sila ng lunas saan man sila matatagpuan. Tama po ang ating Senate President, minsan limitado po ang options ng ating mga kababayan. Dadayo pa sila sa PGH. Ako'y nag-birthday many years ago sa PGH emergency ward. Nagpa-Jollibee ho tayo doon. At nagugulat ho tayo dahil pag tinanong po natin saan pinanggalingan ng ating mga kababayan dun sa ER at sa iba't ibang lugar sa PGH, meron pong taga Maguindanao, meron pong taga General Santos, meron pong taga Batangas, meron pong kung saan-saan pong sulok ng bansa galing yung mga pasyente sa Philippine General Hospital, which is acknowledged as one of the outstanding hospitals and probably the preeminent government hospital, Mr. President. Kaya po, matagal na pong hiling ng taong bayan na dapat mas malapit po sa kanila ang sistemang pangkalusugan ng ating bansa. Nung unang sona ni President Bongbong Marcos, malakas ang palakpak at hiyaw ng mga kababayan po natin at ng mga mambabatas at may standing ovation pa si Senate President Zubiri sa likuran ni President Marcos dahil alam niyang isa sa katuparan na po yung matagal nating hangarin na magkaroon tayo ng mas mataas na uri at antas ng paggamutan na pakikinabangan ng marami. Philippine Heart Center, Lung Center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Philippine Cancer Center, among others, Mr. President. Hindi lang naman sa Maynila lamang ang mga nagkaka-cancer, ang nagkakasakit sa puso, ang nangangailangan ng dialysis o nagkakaroon ng karamdaman sa baga. Kung tutusin nga, marami sa mga may sakit ay hindi taga-NCR. Naniniwala po tayo, Mr. President, na malaki ang magiging ambag kapag may sa batas ang panukalang sinusulong ni Chairperson Go at Senate President Zubiri at ang ating kababayan. Halimbawa po, isa sa mga problemang maiibsan ay itong kakulangan ng mga espesyalista, doktor at mga healthcare workers sa kanayunan. Ayon po sa isang pag-aaral ng PIDS or Philippine Institute for Development Studies nitong taong 2019, natagpuan na mas mababa sa 25% ng mga lungsod at bayan or cities and municipalities ng ating bansa ang may health human resource or HHR density na mas mataas sa 41 physicians, nurses, and midwives per 10,000 population na itong pamantayan po ng World Health Organization or WHO. Ibig sabihin po, 3 sa bawat 4 na lungsod o bayan sa Pilipinas ay may kulang na health human resource para makapaghain ng sapat na healthcare services. Kung kulang po tayo ng mga general practitioner, nurse at midwife, paano pa kaya ang mga espesyalista na may partikular na kaalaman para sa mga partikular na karamdaman? Kapag nagkaroon po tayo ng mga specialty centers sa mga ospital ng DOH at bawat rehiyon, may mapupuntahan po sa kanayunan ng mga espesyalista. At kung nagpa-practice na ang mga cardiologists, urologists, oncologists, pulmonologists at iba pang specialista sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng bansa, lalaki din po ang pangangailangan o demand para sa mga nurse at sa mga ibang allied health professionals and healthcare workers sa kanayunan. Ibig sabihin, hindi na po kailangan magkumpulan at magsiksikan dito sa Metro Manila ang ating mga healthcare professionals and specialists. At sa ganitong paraan, mas malapit na sa taong bayan ang alagang kinakailangan nila. Salamat po, Mr. President, at sa ating mga kasamahan.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla and this representation would just like to insert into the records our co-sponsorship speech. I so manifest, Mr. President.
So inserted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure is our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it is an honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only exacerbated the Philippine healthcare system but also confirmed its weaknesses earlier exposed by the Universal Healthcare Act. Perhaps everything indeed happens for a reason. If not for the health crisis that is the pandemic, our government may have not realized the lack of specialty centers that we had. Somehow the UHC cushioned the blows of the pandemic. However, other healthcare services and special treatments for cancer, heart, kidney, and lung diseases could not yet yield while the government focused its effort to stop the spread of the pandemic. Seeing all of these, I can't help but remember my 2019 campaign when I brought with me the accomplishment of passing the UHC, a landmark legislation that truly embodies our hopes and dreams for the Philippine healthcare system. It was not only about me as a candidate, I was campaigning for the success of the UAC and the specialty centers that would achieve its goals. Though I fell short, I swore to continue my calling in whatever capacity I have. Who would have thought that the UAC would be tested at its early stage of infancy? No one, not even the most powerful countries, have predicted the emergence of the coronavirus. However, it was a good thing that our people had the UAC. But much is to be done to maximize the potential of the UAC. Specialty centers must be built. I have felt more motivated. What began as an advocacy has become a life mission. Mr. President, my last election bid was much more difficult. I lacked the funds, the machinery, and I was not a member of any major political party. It was, as I would describe it, an uphill battle. But I was fueled by my desire to push forward with the health agenda. This includes ensuring the accessibility and affordability of health services for all Filipinos. Mr. President, the UHC law, which was supported by all members of this August chamber during the 17th Congress, aims to provide guaranteed equitable access to quality and affordable healthcare goods and services, including protection against financial risk. This includes the establishment and operationalization of the specialty centers within the regional hospitals. In fact, Mr. President, numerous specialty centers were already established and are now functional, which includes those specialty centers in the Southern Philippines Medical Center in Davao City for Southern Mindanao, Northern Mindanao Medical Center in Cagayan de Oro for Northern Mindanao, and for Central Visayas, we have Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center, and the Western Visayas Medical Center for Panay and Negros region, and the Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center for Northern Luzon, among others. In addition, during the deliberations of the DOH budget, this humble representation, together with our colleagues, especially our Senate President, Mig Zubiri, Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, our hardworking chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Sani Angara, and our chair of the Committee on Health, Senator Bongo, pushed for an additional 2.2 billion funding to establish and equip specialty center and the necessary personnel that they require. Thank you. President Bongbong Marcos himself expressed his intention to duplicate specialty hospitals located in Metro Manila across the regions. It was quite encouraging to know that the President recognizes the importance of healthcare and acknowledges that the government should invest on its people's well-being. I'm honored to share the same vision as the President. In spite of this fulfilling development in our health sector, we would still need all the help we could get to ensure guaranteed access to medical services for all Filipinos. With this, it is my privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2212, which aims to institutionalize the establishment of specialty centers in the Department of Health hospitals. The proposed measure also seeks to ensure that we will have adequate supply of medical specialists and experts who will provide specialty training and technical assistance to our existing and future specialty centers. I'm very certain that if our hospitals are well equipped, it can achieve its full potential because of the dedication and selflessness of our healthcare workers. Again, I'm very proud, Mr. President, to be part of this Senate again, especially during the last budget deliberation that we added an additional 2.2 billion for the budget of the specialty centers. It will now be realized sooner in the next coming years, Mr. President. Ang hadikay po natin, ito ay makatulong upang mas maging epektibo ang ating implementasyon ng Universal Healthcare Act. Kapag mas marami at mas malapit ang mga specialty centers, hindi lamang makakatipid sa pamasahe mga pasyente, makakatipid din sila sa pagod mula sa biyahe. Literal nating ilalapit ang government healthcare services sa ating mga kababayan. Muli, Mr. President, ihatid po natin sa ating mga kababayan ang pag-aalaga na nararapat nilang matanggap. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, no other than Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
We recognize Senator Bong Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join the sponsor, Senator Bongo, in pushing for this measure that intends to ensure equality in the quality of healthcare across the country. Investing in health is always a step in the right direction. No ifs and buts. for the best service for our kababayans. Hindi kaila sa ating lahat ang mga gabundok na requests para sa medical assistance. Ang haba ng pila sa ating mga pagamutan o ang mga datos ng mga namamatay na hindi man lamang nakikita o nabibigyan ng karampatang lunas ng isang health professional. Hangad nating mailapit ang mga eksperto ng kalusugan sa bawat Juan at Juana na nangangailangan sa mga nayon at rehiyon, gaano man kalayo sa kabihasnan. Ang ginagawa lamang natin ay inihahatid ang serbisyo medikal sa taong bayan bilang pagkilala sa ating heograpiya. It aims to give strategic access for health to the regions. Walang naiiwan, walang maiiwanan. Serbisyong pangkalusugan na tapat at karapat-dapat para sa ating mga kababayan ang nais nating tiyakin. Kaisa ako sa pagtugon na ating makakamit ang isang malakas at malusog na bayan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
We recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67, or otherwise known as the Regional Specialty Center Act. The said measure took into consideration my Senate Bill number 249. Mr. President, much has been said about this measure. Obviously, I am a supporter because I have filed a measure on this. But what I would like to focus on is the fact that what makes this bill special is that the specialty centers will be within the DOH hospitals. It is not difficult to recognize the need for specialty centers around the country. But the reality is it will be very expensive to put up specialty centers on their own. So this bill, which provides for the specialty centers to be within the DOH hospitals, solves a big part of this problem. It will be much more economical precisely because it will be able to make use of the existing DOH facilities. It is clearly cost efficient and practical. Mr. President, I just also like to add that as senior vice chairman of the Committee on Finance, I advocated for more funding for these specialty centers. In the 2023 GAA, the Senate added 2.2 billion for specialty centers. This is just one part of the pie in the solution of our health issues in the country. We cannot deny that primary health care must receive the biggest budget. Primary health care will allow our health professionals to attend to the needs of most of the members of the population, and only when it can no longer be handled in the primary health care level do we then have to elevate them to the specialty hospitals and the specialists. So this is much needed, but always hand in hand with primary health care. Thank you, Mr. President, and I look forward to seeing this become a law with the support of our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa would also like to insert for the record his co-sponsorship speech. I so manifest, Mr. President.
So inserted.
Mr. President, this juncture I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Being none, the motion is approved.
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 58. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation. On that note, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized to interpellate our distinguished lady senator, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you. With the permission of our sponsor, can I ask a few questions and clarifications?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Majority Floor Leader and I don't know who else made way for me to be able to speak because I'm catching a flight for a WHO engagement. And I had thought that I would be able to ask my questions next week. But are we in a rush to pass this bill? That's a
Are you
question.
asking me?
Of course, yes.
Are we in a rush?
That I direct it to the Senate President, but the sponsor is the one who is going to
I
answer.
can't really speak.
And I was staring to the sponsor to answer. I said,
No, I'm just saying because I can't speak for the whole Senate. Obviously, I can only speak for myself. Of course, I'd like to. I sponsored this bill. I'd like to see it passed, and I speak for myself.
Because, Your Honor, for the record, I sponsored the CREATE bill, and that took us a year.
Yes.
The number of session days, the number of hours and minutes we defended that, and I'm not questioning His Honor. No, I'm just saying that for the record, bills of this magnitude take time, and I say this not just to his sponsor but to the Filipino people na pinag-aaralan ho ng maayos to. Also to our colleagues, both in the executive and in the other house. The Senate has been known to take its time to study these measures, and this representation has defended similar measures. So yun lang naman ang sa akin, no? We want to study it well. I also like to listen intently. Senator Lauren asked questions, other colleagues asked questions, and I go through the journal, I look at what they said, I'm trying to see covered na ba yon yung concern ko. So yun lang naman ang sa akin, Mr. President, because I have an official function and I would have wanted to continue. So hopefully, madatnan ko pa when I come back. But in the meantime, I'm ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the information of the everyone, we did have four committee hearings. We've had three technical working groups. We've had a roadshow. This is my third day of interpellation, so I can speak for myself. I'm just doing my job and doing my best to answer all the questions for this bill. So, thank you.
Thank you. And it's good to know, it's good for the Filipino people to know that we had hearings, we had technical working groups, and that is all on YouTube, no? Pwede nilang panoorin yon. Ako na nagma-marketing para sa
Thank you.
sponsor, Your Honor. It's on
Thank you, Your
YouTube. Yung mga gusto rin na makarinig din ng mga nangyari doon, you can watch it there. But on the floor then, that's another venue for the senators to fine-tune the bill through by way of amendments after they have also posted their question, because if I'm not mistaken, the bill underwent revisions in its committee report.
Yes, it
compared
did.
to the one that was initially submitted, correct?
Yes, there were.
So
quite a
that's
number.
so that's why the committee proceedings is different from the proceedings that are on the floor, because it would be highlighted. So I'll start with that as my first question. What were the key changes in the committee report that His Honor filed on the floor compared to the original? Well, I guess was there more than one draft, and that's just
Yeah, well, just to give some, just to give to the Mr. Your Honor, just to give you some of, just to enumerate some of the changes. Some of the major changes, at least, I'll start with. One is where the source of funding of course, let's start with the incorporation of it. Now we've changed some of the structure, the corporate structure. We made it more in line with the corporate code. So we've been more specific about that. Secondly, in the interest, the concern was brought up about the having a level playing field. And we did not, there are some who've expressed their concern that if the Maharlika was exempt from all these taxes, it would create an unlevel playing field between the fund and other businesses. So there was no longer, the fund is no longer receiving any special tax
Tax rate.
exemptions.
Okay.
So, and also in terms of, which was, I think, it was the House version also. The GSIS, the SSS will no longer be required to, or required or requested to invest in the bill. Also, aside from that, the composition of the board went from 9 directors from 15. So there was also a streamlining of some of the structure of the Maharlika. So there are quite a number, Your Honor, of changes that were
Okay.
made.
And if His Honor, I can work with this, and if His Honor thinks of something that he would like to mention, I'm happy to accommodate at any time because I'd like to go through that.
Yes, and I'd like to add also that the BSP was given the, there was a provision there to protect the BSP in case they need to institute changes in terms of their commitments regarding the capitalization. It's specified in the bill that should there a circumstance arise wherein the BSP feels that they would not be able to service their commitments, then they can they have some recourse and they can change the requirements that are specified in the bill.
Okay, thank you. I'll work with this and then I'll ask you again later on if there's anything else you'd like to bring up, no? Just very quickly, and I'm pretty sure this is just structural. When you mentioned that the corporate structure is now in line with the corporation code, why? What was it before?
Yeah, before in the bill, there was no specific authorized capital mentioned. And now there is. So under the bill, there is a 500 billion peso authorized capital and 125 billion preferred shares and 125 subscribed.
Is that 125 subscribed and paid up?
Paid up.
So it's 125 subscribed
75
and paid up.
Sorry, 75 paid up, 125 subscribed.
So itong subscription ng, I'm looking at section 6, yung subscription ng Land Bank of 50 billion, DBP of 25 billion, and national government of 50 billion, it says subscribed. So paano yung paid up? Further that the 125 pertaining to...
Yeah, because the Land Bank and the DBP will be paying it immediately. And as we mentioned in the bill, the BSP
50-75.
will pay their 50 over the course of how many years?
When you say national government, that effectively is BSP?
BSP dividends, because the Land Bank of the Philippines and the DBP will be utilizing their investable funds.
So is there somewhere here that says reference to national government in section 6C actually refers to BSP?
It says your national government contribution is from the BSP.
Where is that? That's not in section 6C. So where is it?
Here, which? Here. It says here in section 6, and I'll quote, the contribution of
6 what?
the-
6 what? Like, can you the
6
line
what?
the line number?
page 4, number 1. Line 1, sorry. Page 4, line.
There it goes. Okay, it's in the next page. Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. I see it. No worries. Okay,
Okay.
just wanted to be sure that that was clear. So, the next item on your list is having a level playing field, and you said the concern here was that the the fund would be free from, well, the corporation would be exempt from tax, and this was removed. Were there other concerns regarding the level playing field other than taxes? Are there advantages? Of course there are, because it's a government, it's a GOCC. So
Well, also, other things were included. It's not guaranteed. The government is not guaranteeing, the MIC is not guaranteeing the investments. At the same time,
sorry, what do you mean by that? The MIC is not
guaranteed.
guaranteed.
It's not when they invest, it's not guaranteed. Their investment is not guaranteed.
I thought there's a sovereign guarantee. Wala ba? Tanggal na rin yun?
No, it's not.
But
It's not in this version.
wasn't that an original provision?
Yes, it was,
Yeah, so
but
it
it's no
wasn't
longer.
mentioned. So that I think that is key.
Yeah.
That is key. So I will include that as one of the major changes in the
Yes,
committee
yes,
report.
yes,
There is
yes.
no more sovereign
Yes, yes,
guarantee.
yes, yes.
Okay.
And also, if I can add, also there in the committee report, there's no longer any requirement for them as to how they spend the dividends of the Maharlika. So there's no.
So in the
In the
original
there was a requirement to spend a certain amount for certain social services and projects, which was no longer in the committee report.
You mean the shareholder was originally required to spend their dividends a certain way?
Yes, there was a requirement
Ang
in the
naman nun.
original bill. Yeah,
There's
there was.
such a thing?
Well,
Never heard
in
of
the
that.
original bill, in the prior to the committee report, but that was removed in the committee report.
Okay, I'm glad that was removed because it's a bit outrageous. I mean, even if it's for causes that I believe in, no, parang that's a curtailment of the right of the. I think that's the right of a investor to spend their dividends. Otherwise, you're like a controlled. I mean, maybe that happens. I can't say that I'm an expert in. I do have a corporate law background, but I'm not an expert in how this works, and I can't recall that I've heard of that. Okay, so again, feel free if there's anything else, no, because these additions that His Honor gave are
Yeah,
very
and also it's covered by the GCG. That was a topic, and also it's covered by the procurement law, the Maharlika. Also, so I'll add those if I can add those two also.
Sorry, and it's covered by the procurement fund.
Procure RA 9184.
Yeah, okay, they have to comply.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then this is an important one. Okay. His Honor mentioned that GSIS and SSS will no longer be required to invest as was originally was part of the original plan, no? So now they will no longer be required to invest. Di ba may iba pa dito? Hindi lang to, ano pa bang mga ibang GOCCs?
In the-
GSIS, SSS.
Pag-ibig, other GOCCs,
That were originally included in the required investors list.
HDMF, the Home Development Fund,
That's it?
Pag-ibig. Pag-ibig.
PhilHealth? Was PhilHealth included?
This is the one submitted to the. SSS. Yeah, SSS also, SSS. I know that. What are they? Yeah. Okay, big. Good. Actually, that was included. Yeah. Good. Yes, PhilHealth was also included in the ones that were removed from the original.
Okay. So I will summarize, and His Honor can tell me if this is accurate. According to His Honor, in the original proposal, GSIS, SSS, Pag-ibig, and PhilHealth, I don't know if there are any others, were mandatory investors in this Maharlika bill. Correct. That's the first statement.
Okay. Actually, in the original. Okay. Just to clarify, the ones that we said that so we expanded the list of those that cannot invest in the original bill. It was GSIS and SSS. During the new bill, just so it's clear, we added that even other social institutions will not be required or requested.
Okay, so you're saying that the committee report actually took out GSIS and SSS and went further by saying that other social, what do you call them, social institutions will not be required.
Yes, it says specifically in quote to quote, under no circumstances shall the GOCCs providing for the social security of government employees, private sectors, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to GSIS, Social Security, Home Development Mutual Fund, be requested or required to contribute to the MIC. So
Okay.
those are just mentioned, but
Be
not limited
requested
or required.
or required to contribute, and that is section 6.
6.
Tama ba? Section
Yes,
6.
section 6.
Page 5. Be required to contribute to the MIC. So are we talking about initial contribution during the period of incorporation, or are we talking about contributions throughout the lifetime of the corporation?
Well, the initial capitalization will be
Just the three,
committed by the three.
The 3 that are mentioned.
Yes.
Yes.
Now the rest, they will neither be, as stated there, they will neither be required nor requested to
Okay.
invest.
So definitely they're not in the beginning, in the inception, because they're not listed here.
Yes.
And that is a very specific, no, it doesn't say including others, right? Tama ba?
Including others? What-
Shall
sorry?
initially be subscribed by the following. So these are the only subscribers, A, B, and C, right? In
Yes, for the initial capitalization, that is correct.
And then you have a provision later on that says, under no circumstances shall the GOCCs providing for social security of government employees, et cetera, be requested or required.
That is correct, Your
So
Honor.
meaning to say, they won't be requested, there will be no formal request or an informal request, they will not be required, but they can voluntarily contribute.
That is correct, Your Honor.
How does one voluntarily contribute when they are a GOCC and their heads are appointed by
Well,
no
that's
less than the government
that's a
itself?
decision for the board, I suppose. That's a decision for their boards.
But does His Honor actually think that gives comfort to the Filipino people, given the Blue Ribbon Committee hearings we've had, all these investigations? It's an honest to goodness question, Your Honor.
I
Does
think
that
that
give His Honor
I think the
comfort?
GSIS has been is a very professional organization. I think it's proven that over the years, and SSS, and they've proven to be very competent
So he's-
doing their fiduciary duties as and I think
So he's-
yes, I am confident.
So His Honor is not aware of situations in the past where heads of GOCCs were somehow agreed to certain agreements that later on, and I know there are provisions here that says bawal to enter into transactions, disadvantageous to the government. Talagang yung utak natin, punong-puno na, even every Filipino knows that phrase already, yung disadvantageous to the Filipino people. Is His Honor has 5.5 years to go. I'm in my how many years na ba ako? 12 plus 3, 15. In my 16 years, the Blue Ribbon Committee is always so busy investigating these things. So I'm genuinely curious if this did not cross His Honor's mind, is it not His Honor's, may concern ba tayong ganon? Kasi
I'm
we
not,
know
I'm
that
not,
this is
yeah,
a
I'm not
priority
naive.
bill.
Yes.
And and the Senate does have a history of doing its best, at least the majority, of course, but the minority has always been as supportive as possible to support the administration's measure. So we take the lead from the sponsor. So I hope His Honor will understand that I need to ask this question because His Honor is the one who spent hours and hours studying, discussing. So and me being the Senate's futures thinking, di naman expert, practitioner, parang takot ako na ma-foresee na yung next order of business natin in a few years will be the investigation of, hindi naman sila ni-request, hindi naman sila ni-require, pero nag-volunteer sila, tapos ayan na yung mga initial sa mga papel. Yun lang naman, Your Honor, I want this to be on record kasi ang laki nung tinataya natin dito eh. And if I may just add one last point, ito nga yung mga GOCCs providing social security measures. And I will just speak for the health sector. Every year, Your Honor, 70 billion ang hinihingi na extra funding ng PhilHealth taon-taon. Every year, ang nabibigay lang natin sa kanila is maybe an extra 5B kasi hindi rin nila maayos-ayos yung kanilang mga finance and accounting. Hindi ko pa, I haven't, for the sake of this hearing, for the sake of this interpellation, I haven't really had the chance to look at how much of their funds are invested in other investment but alam ko nga may board of directors, pero those same board of directors were the ones who on their watch hindi nababayaran yung mga ospital, magsasara yung mga private hospital dahil hindi nababayaran. So, and I'm not even attributing malice pa. I'm just saying na yun ang mga nangyayari under their watch. So,
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Well, if you're asking if I am naive to the government.
No, I'm not asking if you're naive. I'm just asking for your comfort level in this matter, Your Honor.
So I'd like to just state also for the record that I think if we're talking about the funds, I mean the security of these funds that will be that will be invested in Maharlika, in the bill there are numerous controls in place that in fact, in terms of controls, I think there's a lot of relative to other organizations. There are a lot of controls. Of course, there's to start with, there's the advisory board who will be composed of the Treasury Department, of the DBM, the NEDA. Aside from that, there will be an external and internal auditor. There will also be 9 directors who will be chaired by the Secretary of Finance, who will be joined by representatives from the private sector, the Land Bank, the DBP. There will also be representatives from the MIC itself, from the organization. And there will also be government oversight, congressional oversight group from the Senate, from the Congress. It will fall under the COA. It will also follow COA rules. They will also follow procurement rules, RA 9184. And there will be a risk management committee also. Yes, that will also be monitoring the Maharlika. So I guess in terms, if we're talking about the controls within the fund to protect the funds, the money that is put in the fund, I think that these concerns were well taken up in the law, and it's quite robust, I believe. My personal belief is I feel we always have to balance, we can't, it's hard to constrain them also, but there are a lot of controls in place that will ensure the security and that these funds are being safeguarded and invested in a very wise fashion. Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm listening intently to His Honor's response, and I'm also looking at the bill itself. His Honor mentioned that there will be 3 independent directors from the private sector. In other words, these independent directors have nothing to do with the the investments being made, no? It's not investments in corporations that they are involved in or related to. Is that correct? I know there's a definition of independent director, but is my definition more or less correct? Ito na, nakita ko
Yeah,
na.
it's in the law.
It's in the law. The independent director shall not hold any business or financial interest in other relationship which could or could reasonably be perceived to materially interfere with his exercise of independent judgment in carrying out their responsibilities as a director. Your Honor, I have a hypothetical situation.
Okay.
There are 9 members of the board. Let's say for the sake of discussion, 3 independent directors, or for that matter, 2 independent director and 1 regular director, 3 objected. Of course, they would be overruled, right? Kasi 9, no? 9. So if 9 are present, then only 3 objected, 3 out of 9. What are the chances that these decisions would be reviewed by Congress in a timely manner to allow the safeguarding of public funds? Are those deliberations immediately made public? Is there a degree
It's
of
mentioned in the bill that
confidentiality?
everything,
Yes,
yes.
can I see?
It's mentioned in the bill that all, yeah, where's this? Section 41. Yeah. Here. In section 41, the right to freedom of information of the public, all documents of the MIF and the MIC shall be open, available, accessible to the public, including but not limited to all investments thereof, whether planned or under negotiation by the MIC and in the portfolio of the MIF, the statement of assets and liabilities of the members and officials of the board director, risk management unit, and advisory board, the SALNs of those who appointed, designated said members and officials, audit documents from the internal auditor, external auditor, and the COA.
So what about minutes of the board where, as I said, there were some who objected? And then what about
In general, the
discussion?
minutes of any board meeting, of course, is public. Yeah, it fall under these documents. These are very regular corporate documents, the board, and they fall under these definitions.
So what documents?
The records on the MIC pertaining to its investment activity shall be secured and maintained pursuant to the rules of the National Archives of the Philippines. The disclosure rules under Republic Act number 8799 or the Securities Regulation Code, Republic Act number 11232, or the revised corporation codes of the Philippines. And so on.
Are there documents that will not be available to the public?
No, I'm not aware of any documents there should be no documents that won't be available to the public.
Are the
In terms of the minutes of the meetings, of the meetings.
Yeah, I don't
everything
know.
is a public document.
I don't know what those documents would be, so I'm asking if, as far as His Honor is concerned and the resource person, there are no types of documents that would not be available?
Yes. Especially under the corporate code. And most companies are very required to maintain these documents. So these documents are available. I can't think of any.
Congressional oversight can actually ask for.
Yeah, and like for any GOCC, the government can ask for any documents that they may need to
Okay.
conduct any kind of investigation.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Would His Honor be open to an amendment that would prevent these government corporations that provide social services from contributing so that there is actually no opportunity for the crossing of that line?
Your Honor, the amendment is that we would disallow our any of the social
Yes.
these
as a-
funds
as a-
to invest in
as
the
a protective
Maharlika.
measure, Your Honor.
I mean, of course, there's I think we should also consider this, maybe, consider this, that, these funds, they also invest in other
activities not related, not even sometimes in funds that aren't even investing in the Philippines. Now, the whole purpose of this act is that we use some of our investable funds, or one of the main purposes anyway of this act is that we use our investable funds to invest in projects that are of a social economic benefit to our country. You know, if there is if we prevent them from investing, and if they're allowed to invest in other funds that that invest perhaps in other countries, why would we not want them to invest in our own country? That would be my only concern there. Is we don't want to require them, but if they can earn a good return and if they can invest in businesses that help our country, why would we prevent them from doing that? Your Honor, that is my concern.
So His Honor earlier mentioned that these social service GOCCs, he assumes that their board of directors would exercise, well, in my own words, exercise the due diligence required of them to choose their investments, and the entire resource group of His Honor is nodding their heads. No? So I'll take that as a yes, Your Honor. And then at the same time now, His Honor is saying that if the Maharlika Corporation will be investing in other investment opportunities, why would you prevent them? Well, I'll ask His Honor this question. What is the main purpose of the existence of the social security corporations? It's to provide a social service. It would be great if they have additional income, but that is definitely secondary. Would His Honor agree?
Well, the SSS, GSIS, they have investable funds. Their whole purpose is to maximize
Correct.
the money that's put in by their membership.
And I agree with that.
And,
I agree.
and if they can do that through, assuming, I'm not saying that maybe it may not be, maybe they won't invest anything. Maybe they won't find it as maybe the returns won't be acceptable to them, and that's fine. But for instance, if they invest in funds like the Global Infrastructure Fund, and the Maharlika can also, the Maharlika Fund, which invests in local projects, can also give them a satisfactory rate of return. In my mind, why should we prevent them from investing in that? Especially since it's for infrastructure projects in our own country. So, yun lang po, Your Honor. I guess that's where the, as much as, of course I understand your point and I respect it, but I just wanted to make that point also, that maybe we don't have to prevent them from, we don't have to ban them from investing in the Maharlika Fund, which is designed to invest in projects with prioritizing local infrastructure that give us a high rate of return.
Mr. President, thank you for His Honor's explanation. My response to His Honor's explanation is as follows. If His Honor agrees that the principal purpose of existence of a GOCC providing for social services like PhilHealth is to provide for health, and yes, they are allowed under their own, they are allowed to invest in funding, but they must do so prudently. Would it not be prudent on our part in Congress to not increase the exposure of the Filipino people, such that if the Maharlika Fund fails, and before I continue my question, there's no guarantee that it will be successful, correct?
There's no guarantee.
Yes, okay. So let's not debate that, no? Because we both know that with prudence, hopefully it does very well, right? But there is no guarantee. So if 125 billion pesos is already going to be invested there, would it not be an acceptable amount of prudence that the security, the GOCCs providing for the Filipino security, yung kanilang health security, yung kanilang home security, wag na lang din dumagdag pa doon para lang in case hindi siya naging successful, hindi na siya nadamay. Would that not be a prudent thing to do?
In the financial world, usually in order to maximize the returns for any investment, you have a healthy mix of investments in any pool. You pool these investments together because statistically, there's less risk. So therefore, a fund such as GSIS or SSS, of course, a bulk of their funds will be invested in very safe securities, mostly T-bills. But at the same time, they're also mandated to maximize the funds. They have to beat inflation. They have to be, they're trying to beat inflation so that the value of the money of those members don't go down. In order to do this, they want to achieve a rate of return that is higher than perhaps T-bills or the safe, which is backed up, which is a sovereign guarantee. But of course, in order to do that, you have to perhaps invest in other things like equities that while they don't guarantee a specific return, they do guarantee you have an upside. So part of their investment strategy will always include a pool for safe investments, and then they'll also have a pool for other investments, such as it can range from equities, perhaps other investments that they might see a higher return. But of course, we all know that this is a risk and return business. That's why we have specific people who deal with what the specific risk for each investment is. Now, we're not saying that they should invest in MIC. We're not requiring that they invest in MIC, but we're just saying that if, based on their studies, they see that it is profitable for them to invest in an equity, especially if it's an investment in our own country, then they can have that. Maybe there's nothing wrong with giving them that option, Your Honor. That's just, I guess, in terms of investment. Of course, the GSIS has very stringent rules when it comes to their investment, and the majority of their investments will always be in safe securities. But of course, in order to maximize the value for their members, they also want to diversify their portfolio into other things, including which is equities. And I'm saying that if they've invested some of their funds in funds such as the Global Infrastructure Fund that invest in infrastructure not in the Philippines, why would we not give them the opportunity to invest in a fund if it's doing well and if it's investing in our own country? I guess that's my point. I mean, that there's really in their portfolio of investments, there'll really be a place for investments in equities and other instruments that would probably generate a higher yield. But of course, there's a little amount of risk, which is up to the board of directors to decide on their risk appetite, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor, for that. I'm a bit familiar. I was investing also since I was after college, so I'm familiar. And what we want the Filipino people to understand is there is such a thing as diversification of your investment, no? And depending on your risk appetite, kung sabi nga nila kung bata ka pa at marami ka pang kikitain, you can risk more. Pagka retirement age ka na, huwag ka na masyadong mag-risk kasi yung ability mo to earn is much less. And so what you then need would be regular income. Now that's the very simple explanation there. So gagamitin ko yun for the Philippine economy. There is already 125 billion at least initially going to be invested by Philippine institutions in this corporation, and I am forwarding the proposal that maybe to give us more security such that because there are risks involved, wag na natin talagang payagan na mag-invest pa yung mga social security, and that's a general term, no? Social security, GOCCs natin, para in the event na hindi kumita ito, in the event na malugi, hindi nga madamay yung pera ng nandun sa GSIS, yung pension ng ating mga government workers, yung SSS, pension ng ating mga private workers, and then yung pangbayad ng mga hospital bills ng ating mga Pilipino. Ikaiiyak ba nila kung naging super successful po ang Maharlika Bill? Sasabihin ba ng board ng mga PhilHealth and GSIS, sayang hindi tayo sumama doon? Yes, maybe. Pero naman, ikaluluhod nila at ikamamatay naman nila kung malugi yon. Yun lang naman po yung sa akin. In terms of diversification of risk of the Filipino money, ang point ko is, wag na sanang masama yun dito sa pool na ilalagay dito. Kasi yun nga yung social security, kaya sila very conservative. I will put on record sa PhilHealth ang investment nila sa specialty savings and deposits nasa 75 billion. In fact, ang pera nila is nasa Land Bank and DBP. So for the record, yung pera ng PhilHealth na 75 billion, di kasama na yun sa pool na imalalagay. So tama ho ba ako? So pag pinayagan pa natin silang mag-invest dyan, in addition to this 75 billion, which is a part of the Land Bank funding, magdadagdag pa sila. Di sana wag na. Yun lang ang sa akin. Sana wag na.
I respect your opinion, Your Honor, and
But I hope His Honor would take a look at this. Does His Honor know these numbers? Itong specialty saving deposit ng PhilHealth, 75 billion is in Land Bank and DBP.
yes.
And so yung funding na manggagaling sa Land Bank and DBP is 75, tama ba? 75 billion din. Nasaan na ba ako? 50 billion and 25, 75. So kung tutusin, I mean, I know hindi lang naman yan ang pera ng Land Bank and DBP, pero pwede I can argue na, buong savings siya buong investment ng PhilHealth yan, kahalaga ng buong investment ng PhilHealth ang ipapasok ng Land Bank and DBP.
Yes, I respect your opinion, Your Honor.
But His Honor is not bothered by it?
As I said, Your Honor, I mentioned earlier, regarding the risk factors, the idea, a lot of these institutions, they do have these risk return, they have actuarial experts who decide on these things. And majority of their assets are even in any bank, almost all their assets are in very safe T-bills, government securities that pose little risk. But there is that appetite for these kinds of investments. And I'm saying that the Maharlika is also a good, in terms of investment opportunities, I think it is a good investment opportunity. And I'm speaking of this because I was Public Works Secretary, and I know a lot of the projects that have gone through the gamut of requirements that the NEDA has pushed through. They know they yield a very high economic, they pay a lot for these studies that show that they yield a very high economic rate of return. And in the bill, the NEDA will go through these flagship projects, and they can yield a very high rate of return. So I'm not saying they should invest all, and they will not, because that's not in their, I'm sure they're not allowed. They have very stringent requirements as to how much they can invest in things like equities. So I don't even think they could even invest that much, even if they wanted to. But again, I think if you're going to ask me if the Maharlika is a good investment, it's an investment in projects for the Filipino people that can invest in a high return. And if for me, that's a good investment. Ako, kung sasabihin mo sa akin, mag-invest ako sa kakayahan ng Pinoy, I'll invest in that every day, anytime. So,
Sorry, Your Honor, ano yung last statement?
kung mag-invest tayo sa kakayahan ng Pinoy, sa mga projects na makakatulong, yung mga socio-economic projects ng mga Pilipino, magandang investment naman yun. So, para sa akin, magandang investment ang Maharlika Fund. I don't think we should deprive, if there's an appetite for that, I don't think we should ban or ban funds from putting a little investment in this Maharlika Fund.
Well, I have a different opinion, Your Honor. I'll move on to a next topic. I read here in the bill that this bill will exempt will exempt the employees and the staff basically from the salary standardization law, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Oo. Your Honor, I have another problem with that as well because as we speak, all over the country, kulang na tayo sa nurse, sa physical therapist, sa occupational therapist, sa midwife, sa radiology technician. I already mentioned nurses, no? And then doctor, yung specialty hospitals nga, even though I'm a co-sponsor of that, I will put on record na how will we catch up with the demands of these health professionals. Let the record say that, show that the majority floor leader is pounding his lap with a face of frustration. That is a fact, Your Honor. And so many of these LGUs are more than willing to pay more, but they are limited by the salary standardization law. And here we are providing for an exemption. If I am going to provide for one exemption, it will be for health workers, Your Honor. Hindi ba dapat yun ang unahin natin? Bakit itong fund pwedeng may exemption samantalang yun ang pahirapan? Ang ire-request ko is let's discuss this bill. I will file a bill to also exempt the health workers and let's pass it together. Kasi hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit ganun. And as we speak, actually I don't have to file a bill. Sa CDC bill ko pa lang, which is on the floor now, we also want our scientists, our doctors, our researchers who can protect us from the ravages of the like of COVID and any other health public health emergency. To be clear, Your Honors, ang public health emergency hindi lang virus ha. Pati ho ang effects ng sigarilyo, ng vapes, ng bad nutrition, yung nagiging resulta heart attack, stroke, etc., diabetes, lahat yan covered ng public health emergency. Hindi sila exempt sa salary standardization. So, is that a provision His Honor is willing to remove? Because I know the answer is going to be, but we want competent people. But don't we want competent people everywhere? The funding
well,
that
I
we
think
will put there will kill people.
Your Honor, I think that the realities of the market is that the people that we would require to manage this fund, we have to be offered rates that are competitive with the private sector. And that's just the reality.
And it is also,
And I understand your point completely, but I'm just explaining the logic behind this provision, Your Honor. It's that we feel, and of course you can disagree with this, but we feel that there are certain jobs that require level of expertise that we would need some flexibility in order to hire the people who could best manage this fund and best give the government the best return on its capital. So in the end, these things, if we have to invest a little more in a few good people so that we can maximize the return for our country, because all the income of this fund, because we're trying to maximize the income for our investments in this, I think it would be more prudent to allow the Maharlika some flexibility to hire the people who are best qualified to perform the needed jobs to maximize the returns of this fund.
and I do not disagree with His Honor. I would also want a fund of this magnitude to be managed by the best. I am simply pointing out to the sponsor and to the economic team that is behind this bill that as we speak, Filipinos die because we cannot provide sufficient professional help for them because the salaries are also low and they are bound by that. And we as a Congress cannot look at our bills in isolation. We cannot work on one bill without thinking of what is the effect on the other bill. We pass this bill and we say, dito tayo nag-salary standardization exemption, di na tayo pwede mag-salary standardization sa iba dahil kumbaga nauubos na yung pera. How do we move forward? I mean, we've got to have a minimum amount of protective measures for the immediate welfare of people. not just a potential welfare, because this is potential welfare that we're talking about, Your Honors. This is potential, itong bill na to. Ang sinasabi ko is, in the now. People are dying. There's not enough doctors. There's not enough health workers. And we need to fund them and also consider their salary cap. I know we probably disagree unless I can sway His Honor, but that is the reality. This Senate should not be making decisions on a per meal item, but look at the bigger picture, because in 4 months we will be discussing the annual budget. And then we're going to go back to that. Kulang pa rin. And this is where we put the funding. So I have to put that on record, Your Honor, because that is the reality that we face.
Yes, Your Honor, yes. And I'm very sympathetic to all government workers who have salaries that are less than what they need. And that's something that's malaking problema po yun, yung mababang sweldo, at alam po naman na malaking concern po ito sa ating mga kababayan. Ang solusyon po sa mababang sweldo, kailangan po natin payamanin ang ating bayan, kailangan natin ng mga income generating sources. And sa tingin ko, ang Maharlika po ay isang income generating source para sa gobyerno. Ultimately, how much we can pay our workers will depend on how much wealth we can generate for the country. And I think it's time that we start thinking about how we can generate wealth for the Philippines. And we're saying now that we believe that by investing in infrastructure projects that yield a high rate of return, we can put our money in investments that would increase the wealth of our country and give us the necessary fiscal space to increase the salaries of our workers in government. I'll give you an example. When I was Secretary of DPWH, we had many projects that were funded through debt, and this debt payments would crowd out payments in other departments, other social service departments. When you have a fund like Maharlika that is designed to invest in local infrastructure projects, you can utilize this fund to fund certain flagship projects, freeing up fiscal space in our budget. At the same time, this fund can generate wealth for the country. Now, I'm not saying that hindi naman perfect ang fund, but that's the goal of the fund. And I think it's definitely worth investing in, because we really need to generate somehow better returns for our investable funds in government. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, as I mentioned earlier, I have a flight to catch, so I will end my interpellation, suspend my interpellation for now. When I return, I will just be gone for 3 days. I hope to be able to continue, if not in the period of interpellation, in the period of amendments. If I were to summarize my concern would basically be, yes, it is a fund that could generate income, but the underlying word here is could. It's a possibility, but it is not an assurance. And we should not in any way add to the uncertainty by allowing or including or even accepting investments from our corporations such as PhilHealth, GSIS, and SSS from investing people's money in these funds. Again, I pointed out already na yung investment nga ng PhilHealth pa lang, 75 billion na nga ang naka-invest sa Land Bank and sa DBP. And 75 billion ang contribution ng Land Bank and DBP. So sobra-sobra na yun sa pananaw ko, Your Honor. I thank the gentleman for his time. I wish him all the best in the defense, but I also hope that His Honor would be willing to work with us so that the Senate can come up with a version that is more acceptable to us, so that we can support, because we are one in the desire of the administration to provide for a better future for a Filipino. I don't think anyone in the hall, in the Senate, will disagree with that. But the manner in which we will go about it is very important, Your Honor, and we have to use utmost prudence in the exercise of our our powers because it's in our hands, Your Honor. That is also my appeal to our colleagues. It's in our hands. So I hope we will take time to work together to craft a measure that is actually less risky. Because ano nga yan eh, kumbaga nga ano lang yan eh, what is your risk appetite? For the Filipino people, if there's extra money somewhere, walang problema. Pero kung pondo yon na directly contributing to their welfare, yung health nila, yung pabahay nila, medyo mahirap po sa akin na isipin na i-risk po yon. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you for the very
Thank you,
good
Senator Pia
line of
Cayetano.
questions.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2020. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended. Mr. President, I'll move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2035 under Committee Report number 63. This is the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. On that note, Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, our Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pintan. I move that.
Our distinguished colleague and Majority Floor Leader is recognized, Senator Villanueva, and to interpolate our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, our Deputy Majority Leader. We are ready to
Thank
do
you.
our part.
Yes. Thank you too, Mr. President, and with the permission of our Majority Leader sponsor, his sponsor, if I can start my interpellation. Is actually, given the nature of the bill, Mr. President, this can only be supportive interpellation, Mr. President.
I would be delighted, Mr. President, to hear the thoughts and ideas of our brilliant Minority Leader. We have talked about this measure for quite some time on the sidelines, Mr. President, and I'm happy to report to the body that I have learned a lot of issues that we may and have actually implemented and reported out in this particular committee report, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I can now start, Mr. President. As I understand, the bill seeks to establish a framework, and by the word framework, we mean structure plus process or procedure, so that the country can finally have what is so-called master plan for the generation of employment here in the Philippines, Mr. President. Is that the overall goal of our measure, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, and to add to what our distinguished Minority Floor Leader made mention, is that we wanted to ensure a job-led growth by creating a more decent employment and other work opportunities by coming up with a national employment plan. Every time, Mr. President, NEDA or DOF would report that our GDP grows, the unemployment went down, etc., Mr. President. Hindi ho madalas makita ng taong bayan kung natatranslate ba ito dahil wala namang trabaho silang makita at anong sektor ba sila pupunta. With this, Mr. President, we can enhance not only yung job-led growth, Mr. President, but also workers' development, for instance, and promote employability, competitiveness, wellness, and ensure that there are adequate mechanisms, Mr. President, to support and incentivize also businesses to promote self-reliance, spur employment generation, ensure security and protection of employment, and enhance industry collaboration. And that is our goal, Mr. President. Part of the objective of the measure is not just to come up with a national employment plan, but also to be proactive and harmonize, integrate the different efforts of different government agencies that is concerned with the employment generation.
So, thank you, Mr. President. So, marami palang laman ang itong ating iniisip na plan na produkto nitong ating framework na gagawin. So, saan po mahanap sa ating panukala yung contents po ng ating action, ng ating plan? Ito ba section 4?
Section 4, Mr. President, you're correct, Mr. President.
What we call, so we call them success measures or key performance indicators and action components.
Yes, Mr.
Sige
President.
Okay, so maganda. Pero ang nakakapagtaka lang is hanggang ngayon pala, taong 2023, wala tayong ganito.
Wala po, Ginoong Pangulo, nakakalungkot man sabihin.
Nakakagulat.
I remember, Mr. President, last time when Senator Sani Angara interpolated this representation, we were also surprised, despite the fact that we are hearing some of the news that we have somehow complied with some of the requirements or commitments that we have had with the ILO, Mr. President. To date, Mr. President, wala na pong tayong sinubmit sa ILO na gumagana pa. Because for example, Mr. President, yung Philippine Labor and Employment Plan, 2011 to 2016 po yun. Yung National Employment Recovery Strategy, ito po yung pinakahuli, natapos din po ito noong 2022. Yung Philippine Youth Development Plan, natapos din po ng 2022. National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan, natapos din po ng 2022. Yung sa MSMEs Development Plan, natapos din po ng 2022. Yung Philippine Development Plan, natapos din po ng 2022. Yung Career Guidance Advocacy Plan, ito po yung huli na nasubmit din po natin, natapos din po ng 2022. And most of all, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City, hindi po tied with skills development, economic development, industry development, yung mga sinasubmit po natin. Kasi nabanggit po kanina on the sidelines ng ating minority floor leader na ano ba yung mga sinasubmit natin? Yung mga sinasubmit natin parang patingi-tingi, Mr. President, at natapos na nga po yung mga nag-expire na, tapos na yung period nung pinagsubmitan natin. So sa ngayon, Mr. President, based on ILO Employment Policy Convention, wala pa rin po tayo na nasasubmit. Nakakalungkot because there are about 75 countries na nakapag-submit na itong National Employment Policy or Plan. Tayo hindi pa rin po. Naging part po tayo dun sa 130 countries na nakapag-submit ng National Youth Employment Strategy, pero as I mentioned earlier, natapos na po ito noong 2022.
Mr. President, nag-check din kami sa... Check natin to. Bago to. Yes. We checked sa ILO, sa online po na resources po nila, on C-122, ito po ba yung ILO Convention 122?
Yes, Mr.
Ito yung
President.
nabanggit po na sa first
Yes.
interpellation po. Ang indication naman po rito, Philippines, we are compliant since January 13, 1976, and our plan is in force. That is the ILO report, Mr. President.
That was the date of signing, Mr. President.
Okay. But the status is in force, so that means that we are part of sorry,
Tama po.
sorry po, I misunderstood it. So that means our obligations, ang sinasabi po ba ng ating good sponsor is our obligations or commitments under that convention, we have not complied with, or we have complied with, and yet hindi sila up-to-date plans, updated plans, Mr. President.
Tama po kayo, Ginoong Pangulo, nakapag-comply tayo ng patingi-tingi, kagaya po nung Philippine Labor and Employment Plan, kagaya po nung Philippine Youth Development Plan, pero yung master plan as it is, as we committed, hindi po talaga tayo nakakomply ever since, Mr. President.
Ano po bang, as a state party to that convention, as far as the understanding of our sponsor, what is the obligation of the Republic of the Philippines?
That's a good question, Mr. President. Una, Mr. President, all the plans that we have submitted to ILO have already lapsed, as I mentioned all the examples kanina na sinabit natin. Now, having a trabaho para sa bayan plan will enable our country, the Philippines, to have a plan that is aligned dun sa commitment natin, aligned with the 6 principles of ILO Convention 122. Here are the 6 principles, key principles, Mr. President. First is an employment policy should ensure jobs in quantity and in quality, full, productive, and freely chosen employment. 2, member states should explicitly commit towards employment, reflected in national legislation or key declarations of intent. Ito yung wala tayo, kaya tayo nagdidebate po ngayon, Mr. President, at gusto nating ipasa itong batas, panukalang batas na ito. 3, employment policy should take into account the level of economic development and should be in line with national practices. 4, they should ensure that the economic and social policies all take into account the objective of employment and that they mutually support it. 5th, governments have to set up procedures or mechanisms through which employment-related measures can be decided upon and reviewed. And last but not the least, part po ng 6 key principles ng ILO Convention 122 ay yung consultations po with social partners and key actors should take place both at the earliest stages of policy formulation and during the implementation process.
So how will this measure, Mr. President, help us in complying with our commitments under Convention 122?
The establishment, Mr. President, of Interagency Council will be able to focus, Mr. President, will be able to harmonize, will be able to integrate all the efforts being exerted by the different agencies of the government. For example, Mr. President, yung skills development. Yung skills development, Mr. President, ang dami yung mga ahensya ng pamahalaan natin na nag-i-implement ito. Nandyan po yung TESDA, nandyan din po yung DTI, meron din silang, actually meron din nga po silang skills development framework. Ang TESDA meron din po. Ang DOST meron din po, etc. So with this, Mr. President, they will be able to evaluate the efforts of the different agencies, different councils of the government with an end goal of ensuring that this is aligned, Mr. President, integrated, harmonized doon po sa employment generation. Because even, for example, sa larangan naman po, let's go from skills development to incentives. The incentives that we give to different government agencies na nagbibigay po na ito, wala pong sole council or government task force, as you may call it, that actually strategize, concentrated na ano yung balik nitong incentive na ito. Did it actually created jobs, employment? Kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, when we were talking about the Maharlika Fund, for instance, no less than Senator Lauren Legarda asked that question na kung sakaling meron tayong ini-invest na ganitong amount of money, hindi lang tayo concerned doon sa balik ng return on investment, but also concerned tayo, will this actually create jobs? Yung nangyari po, for example, doon sa Pogo, alam po natin yung nangyari doon, may mga investments na pumasok na binabanggit, Mr. President, pero questionable pa nga rin po dahil yung DOF, di ho ba sinasabi, hindi sila nagbabayad ng buwis. But still, granting without admitting na fully compliant sila, nagbabayad sila ng buwis. Pero ilang nga po ba talagang trabaho yung nalilikha sa mga initiatives na ito? So with this, Mr. President, talagang ang focus nito, Mr. President, is yung ating holistic, comprehensive employment, national employment plan for our country.
So lahat po nung tanong na nabanggit po ng ating sponsor ay masasagot na kung meron na tayong itong interagency body na ito. Kasi sila ang magtatanong sa mga involved agencies, ganun po ba?
Sila po yung mag-o-oversee, Ginoong Pangulo, sila din po yung magpo-formulate ng mga polisiya na kung saan mag-i-integrate, and I will emphasize the word integrate and harmonize the functions of the different agencies of the government. And with this, Mr. President, makikita natin yung may duplication po ba? Meron po bang parehong ginagawa sila? And for me, the most important part of this measure is that we will be able to assess and analyze if we can actually do more in order to create more jobs, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, pasukin natin yung situation na may duplication. Let us say may na-discover. Ano kayang magandang example? Wala lang po ako maisip na example. Let us say dahil sa meeting ng Interagency Council,
skills pa rin, pwede.
May na-discover sila may duplication ng programa. Therefore, 2 times gumagastos ang gobyerno actually through 2 different agencies. Ano po posibleng gawin ng council?
Pwede po silang mag-recommenda, Mr. President, considering that most probably, for instance, Tutulungan ko po kayong tatry ko pong tulungan kayong come up ng example. For example, yung skills
Sige po.
skills development framework, hindi ba? Meron din po ang DTI, meron din po ang TESDA, meron din po ang ano pa isa? DICT, Mr.
So,
President. So, tatlo na po kaagad, Mr. President, no? So, kung makikita yung duplication at nandito po ang NEDA being chair of the, mara-rationalize po ito, Mr. President. Makakatipid po ang pamahalaan na, teka lang, bakit kayo gumagawa nito? Ito ginagawa na niya, ito ginagawa niya. Pare-pareho po sila. So, maging sa budget deliberation, Mr. President, upon our intervention as members of the legislature, we'll be able to see these reports and we can actually raise it during budget
But the resolution of the problem does not occur at the council level. Yun po yung iniisip ko eh. Yung tatlo, di ba? Tatlong programa. Ayaw natin yun eh.
Yes.
Ayaw ng council yun. Ayaw din ng council. Ayaw ni chairman ng NEDA yun. Ayaw din na, let's say, napag-usapan ng members yun. Pero sa budget process pa natin ma-resolve, papasa pa sa atin, hindi po nare-resolve sa level ng council.
The members of the council, Mr. President, for instance, in this particular case, ang DTI is a member of the council. Co-chair?
Yes.
Co-chair also. So, dun pa lang po, Mr. President, makikita na nila na yung sarili nilang bahay, pare-pareho po yung ginagawa nila.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President. I-accept na natin yun. Nakita na nga yun eh. Anong practical effect nun ng council? Anong magagawa po ng council? Kasi kung kulang ng power, lagyan natin ng power para hindi na po Congress parating nagsusolve, Mr. President. I mean, yan po yung aking...
I totally understand, Mr. President. I appreciate this opportunity to have this discussion, Mr. President. Because if I am part of the council, I am the head of the agency, and I'm committed to the objectives of this particular measure na ginagampanan kong tungkulin bilang parte ng council na ito, then I would implement, Mr. President, what is necessary. Magkukusa po ako dahil mapapahiya po tayo at lalabas po ito, makikita ito, at hindi ko nahihintayin. If I'm the head of the agency, hindi ko na po hihintayin na dumating pa yung budget deliberation at hintayin ko yung mga sasabihin ni Senator Coco Pimentel na, teka lang, glaring ito, hindi nyo pa ba nakita ito? Member ka pa naman ng board.
Sige po. So, meron tayong mekanismo rito na yung discoveries nila sa level ng council or findings nila or studies nila ay aabot sa policymakers like members of Congress, of the House and of the Senate?
Meron po tayong ilagay na provision dito sa panukalang batas na magkakaroon ng annual report sa Kongreso, ang ating council. Ginawa po natin ito, Mr. President, sapagkat ayaw naman natin, Mr. President, na ang gagawin lang nila, gumawa lang ng report sa atin because they can also come up with establishing yung mga subcommittees, Mr. President, na pwede nilang itask to look into these matters, Mr. President.
Well, anyway, Mr. President, yung sa annual report pala, so parang baka masyadong malaki yung time lag eh. So, if the sponsor is open, and yun yung isa sigurong area na pag-aaralan po ng aming staff. Kasi, di ba? Tapos, pagdating ng budget hearing, mabigyan lang tayo ng palusot, tinanggap natin, tapos dito 2-year lag na po yun, Mr. President.
I have no problems, Mr. President, entertaining any amendments to that matter, especially coming from our minority leader.
Sige po, but thank you for pointing that out kasi at least alam na po namin kung saan kami po ay magpo-focus sa ating possible amendments. Very, very few na lang po kasi very few amendments at
Mr. President, representatives of NEDA are with us and they are amenable, Mr. President.
Yes,
to whatever the minority.
It's very specific naman to on ano yung findings ng
Yes.
ng parang group session ninyo, brainstorming session ninyo, whatever kung anong. Sige po. Our sponsor, Mr. President, mentioned the job-led growth kanina at the start. So para lang po for our education, ano po bang paano ano pong ibig sabihin nito? What are the other factors leading the growth of, we're referring to GDP siguro dito po, the GDP growth. So this is a job-led growth of our economy. What does that mean, Mr. President?
economic development. Kaya yung sinasabi natin mga incentives natin should be aligned with employment generation.
Mr. President, meaning, Mr. President, we look at our industry development plan, our economic development plan, and we make sure, Mr. President, that these are all aligned, Mr. President. In fact, for example, Mr. President, when it comes to programs in agriculture, again, Mr. President, you have TESDA providing agricultural skills training program. You also have ATI, Mr. President, from the Department of Agriculture, also implementing another training program. So with this, Mr. President, and if the council would see the master plan for agricultural sector, for instance, with mechanization, etc., they would be able to ensure, Mr. President, that the programs being conducted by these agencies would be aligned, Mr. President. Job-led growth po, Mr. President, yung gusto nating tahakin dahil may mga ilang programa, Mr. President, sad to say, na still focusing on very ordinary, or I would say, Mr. President, parang business as usual skills development training. I remember, Mr. President, just recently, last week, we had a meeting with Education Commission at ina-align natin, Mr. President, yung efforts ng Education Commission ng TechVoc doon po sa ginagawa ng TESDA. Talagang nakita namin yung napakalaking importansya, Mr. President, na mag-align yung gustong mangyari ng Education Commission at ninanais din ng TESDA para doon sa kanilang training program. So yun po yung ating mithiin dito sa panukalang batas na ito.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. At any rate, Mr. President, binabasa ko ulit itong ating mga action components kung talagang subparagraphs A to M ito, kung talagang tututukan ito at let us say there is a corresponding sub-plan for every action component. I think we will really have, and then talagang seryosong sundin o talagang seryosong pinag-isipan at talagang committed sila na i-implement. I think we will really have a healthy labor market, Mr. President. At I'm sure ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito ay hindi lang private sector, Mr. President, no? Pati po generation of employment in government, yun pa ba yun? Or rationalization of the employment in government?
Yes, Mr. President, tama po kayo, kasama po yan, Mr. President. Sa nais nating mamithi dito sa panukalang batas na ito, Mr. President.
Okay, so pati po yung concern natin noon na ano yan, yung mga
job orders,
job order, contractual, and tatlo kasi yan.
Kasi kasama din po yan, Mr. President, doon sa binanggit natin kaninang 6 key principles ng ILO
Hindi, yung parating contractual,
mga JO, COS, casuals, Mr. President.
Service, tamang casuals. Apa. Sa pati po yun, madidiscuss po rito sa overall.
Yes, Mr. President, as we have been wanting to adhere in this 6 key principles of ILO convention which we committed in 1976, Mr. President.
So, but there will
I was 1 year old then, Mr. President.
There will only be one council, Mr. So okay lang po na we have the private sector representatives there in the council, and yet they will be discussing about public sector employment rationalization or generation. Do you think there will be active participation from these representatives, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, I believe so, and in the spirit of the tripartitism, Mr. President, na kasama yung laborers, employers, at government, Mr. President. There you go.
Well, pero parang private sector yata yun, Mr. President.
Kasama po yung private sector. Yeah po.
Well, anyway, Mr. President, yun lang sinasabi ko na, yung naka-agenda ba, we have one council, kasama sa agenda would be public sector employment generation or and yet we have the representatives from private sector. Baka kako yung time nila, well, better na focus sila sa private sector employment generation. But anyway, that may the council has sufficient members siguro, Mr. President, to how many members po ba ang ating council?
9 po, Mr. President. Ito po'y pinakaunti na po natin versus dun sa nurse task force na 17, Mr. President. Kasi yung dati na National Employment Recovery Strategy, ginawa po nating siyam na lamang, Mr. President. Kasama po NEDA, DTI, NEDA ang chairperson, DTI and DOLE ang co-chairperson, kasama po yung DOLE, TESDA, DBM, DOF, DILG, DENR, one labor org representative, one marginalized vulnerable sector representative, at isa pong informal sector representative.
11, Mr. President.
9 po, Mr. President. 9 lang po.
9 ba ito?
Apo. 3,
Okay.
11 pala, sorry.
Because of the lateness of the hour,
Sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
President,
President.
siguro we...
Sorry.
At any rate, Mr. President, I think, Mr. President, we have been clarified enough. Alam na natin yung main purpose nito. Alam na natin ang... we have also there's an international commitment connected herewith. And there is also a structure so how we can come up with how they can achieve the purpose, which is actually what do we call the output, Mr. President? Ano pwede natin may tawag dito sa output na to? Are we anticipating or seeking one document, or are we also seeking multiple documents, Mr. President?
Comprehensive strategic plan, Mr. President, on employment. Mr.
Ayan,
President.
sige. Comprehensive.
Baka tanong niyo rin po yung budget, Mr. President. Ang sinabi ho ng NEDA, about 4 million yung magagastos lang po, Mr. President. About 4 million pesos.
So yes, the budgetary implication of this, pag pinasa natin, is more or less 4 million, additional 4 million pesos in expenses, and it will be lodged in the budget of NEDA.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sige po. So, pagdating ng budget, may line tayo ron. Ito po, apo.
Sana umabot po ngayon.
Sana matandaan ko yung amount pagdating ng budget process na 4 million lang po ang nakasulat doon.
Ibigyan ko po kayo ng kopya kagad, Mr. President.
Sige. Okay, with that, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our sponsor and congratulations for this is actually a landmark legislation, Mr. President, because mayroon din international implication. We're complying with our commitments sa ILO Convention 122.
Yes.
And plus, the master plan, anong sa comprehensive
Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan.
trabaho para sa bayan plan, na kung seryosohin talaga natin, if we really put our commitment to it, our hearts and our minds, baka mas marami pang matutulungan ito in actual lives change than the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President. So I'd like to congratulate our sponsor for coming up with this more brilliant idea, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I'm humbled, Mr. President, and very, very thankful to our minority leader, Mr. President, for this opportunity to discuss on this very important measure. He is right, Mr. President. This is a landmark legislation that I think would outlive us all, Mr. President, because of the implications of this measure, Mr. President. So again, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our minority leader.
Thank you, our minority leader and Senator Joel Villanueva. Majority leader.
Mr. President, there being no member who wish to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2035. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, consideration of the said measure is suspended. Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 22, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 22, 2023.